So first pass of the day going to be on the line. For non-electronic testing. Fairly decent reaction time, TCS side. Just 0.02 of a second on the tree. Top end will go through 9.858 at 134 miles an hour. The driver Lordco side at 10.717 at 125. Got a good old Ford versus Chevrolet battle. Usually it's Camaro versus Mustang. Here, though, it's Maverick versus Nova. 7 thousandths red for the driver TCS side, but obviously in testing, it's not even going to impact a qualifying run. Top end, Maverick will get there first by a long shot, 11.167 at 113 miles an hour. The Nova goes through 11.629, 113. Brian Heffel in the Vega will go red by over a tenth. Lorenz Schwartz in the Titanium Monte Carlo trying to run him down. Heffel gets there first. 9.910 at 136 and 10.151 at 131 for Schwartz. Russell Jeffrey going up against Dale Northgraves. And Russell Jeffrey leaving way too early in the Nova. He will break the tree, will not log a time as a result. Left way before it was ready. Northgraves 10.790 at 124 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, this is your final call for your first test hit in lanes 1 and 2. No box, this is your final call for your first test hit in lanes 1 and 2. And while we're at it, we're also going to make the call for Image Motorsports Electronics to come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Electronics, we need you in lanes 3 and 4 for your first test hit on the morning. Got a BMW TCS side. Both drivers go red. Tim Cornish in the Stang. Way out in front already, even at the 8th mile. And we'll clock in an 11.401 at 116 miles an hour. The BMW a 13.728 at 102. So Dave Jung bringing up a Monte Carlo, taking a break from the usual 1996 Chevrolet Camaro that he usually runs. Going up with Kevin McCulley in the old school Cutlass. Now, how's that for a pair of green lights? Both drivers have identical reaction times at 69 thousandths, it looks like. That's a heads-up race right at the top end, but McCauley gets there first by just 1/10 at 11.906 at 111 miles an hour. Now, of course, these are only testing hits, so none of these drivers are actually competing against each other. They're just setting themselves up for later on in the weekend. Heather Hornall way out in front of Arthur Limbride in the black mode Monte Carlo. And Hornall easily gets there first, 11.684 at 115 miles an hour. Limbride, something going on with that car as he was already off throttle, only crossed the quarter mile at 18.066 at 45 miles an hour. He was only going 60 at the 8th. Paul Fode goes 8 thousandths red in the 67 Camaro. But other than that, that looks to be a fairly solid pass. 10.794, 125 miles an hour. And the driver TCS side having problems on the burnout box start line crew, see something they don't like. Now that car has had some struggles over the last little while, just trying to even get to the starting line, and looks like won't be his day today, but he does have several hours to make his way up and still get that test hit in. Reese Picariello in the Dark Knight 55 Chevy. 94 hundredths red. Already over 100 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Quarter says 10.385, 129. Mal Patterson will get the malfunction Acadian working. Needs to work on the reaction time, but clocks in a 10.428 at 131 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we're going to call you down to lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, we're calling you to lane 1. Junior Street, we're calling you to lane 2. So Peanut Industries Junior Dragsters, we need you in lane 1. JBS Equipment, Peanut Industries Junior Street, we need you to lane 2. JBS Equipment Junior Dragster, we need you to lane 1. Worrell moves the car a little over to the left out of the gate, but quickly gets it right back in the groove. 9.117 at 145 miles an hour. Chris Stone launches well, 0.06 of a second on the tree for the Stone Cold Racing Dart. 10.033 at 131 miles an hour. Now, if you like cars that can pop the front wheels up, you're gonna like what comes next. Jim Benke has a tendency to do that on the regular. So we'll see what the Rad Torque Plymouth will be able to do here today. And how about that? Trip zip again for Jim Benke. Solid pass, 10.021 at 132 miles an hour. Solo motorcycle making a pass so far, and it will be, of course, mission regular Tom Turand. Bringing up the 2017 Daytona Motorsports Suzuki. Fairly calls that bike the Kraken. And I have to say, I greatly approve of people that know how to really name their vehicles cool, bikes or cars alike. So here is one of the Outlaw 275 drivers making a test hit. They'll be having their eliminations around 11 o'clock today. Berard racing all the way out from Red Deer in the white trash 1984 Chevrolet Camaro. Some work needs to be done on the tree, but how's that for an 8th mile pass? 4.604, 160 miles an hour, shoots deploy. But a second and a half on the tree leaves something to be desired, but obviously, again, still test hits. Might have just been wanting to take that run just to get that car properly shaken down. Another pair of 8th mile runners, Neil Richards, making the trip all the way out from Edmonton in the Cream Dream Zephyr, sponsored by Horsepower Solutions, and of course longtime MRP runner Jason Gagnon for Angle Plug and the Yunko Nova, racing out of Kelowna. Gagnon smokes the tires, gets out of the throttle. Neil Richards goes through 4.702 at 170 miles an hour. So Jordan Brandon making the trip out of Lethbridge, Alberta in his 2000 Camaro. Also going to be racing in the Outlaw 275 class throughout the weekend. Oh, smokes the tires once, twice, and then gives up on that run. Good news is, there's plenty more time before the end of the day. Mike Probert going to be taking the Chevy Nova up against the Blazer. And that is, well, it wouldn't be a good reaction time either way, but especially not in the direction he ended up going. 6:32 red for Mike Probert. Clocks in at 13.664, 74 miles an hour. The Blazer a 14.6 at 81. Pair of good lights, 013 to an 016, but it will be the Falcon Fast Ford to get there first, driven by Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack. And that'll bring up Daryl Tippy in the Horizon Paint Chevy 2, also sponsored by Auto Body Supplies. And the Chevy 2 throws down a 10.751 at 125. Glenn Martin was going to be making a licensing pass in the Vega, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening as the start line crew works to push him out through the water box. We did make the call some time ago for all junior classes to the lanes. We made the call for JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters to lane number 1 with Pete and Industries Junior Street to lane 2. You should already be down there, but I'll make the second call for that now. Seeing as from the looks of things, well, your test sits are about to begin for the first time on the day. So we roll into junior categories for the first time on our Friday proceedings. Hunter Gallant will be going up against April Bond. Like the 10.5 and radial classes, we will be racing these cars to the 8th mile, but the speeds are not going to be nearly as pronounced. A lot of these cars are limited based on the age of the racer. The older you are, the faster you get to run. The pair on the line run in the Thunder category. The Lightning cars, a little bit faster, a little bit louder. April Bond red on the tree, but gets there first, 10.681. Hunter Gallant clocks in at 12.071. Bring up the next pairing of Nick Bond and Lieutenant Thompson. Nick Bond clocks in a 9-second time with the 2. McKenna Thompson at 10.543 at 62 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong going up against Nate Green. The BD diesel powered machine over your TCS side, and something tells me Green running a slightly newer JBS machine. Green kind of getting out of the throttle a little bit between the 60 and the 330 foot. Still gets there first, 11.876. Wesley Armstrong at 14.026. The return of the Katnicks. This time it'll be Ashton versus Adam. Both drivers racing under the TK Performance banner. Something tells me Adam Katnick will be getting there first. 8.909 at 73 miles an hour. I think that's the fastest junior dragster pass we've had so far today. Ashton Katnick clocks in to 13.885, which will bring up Alex Green for the Green Bros Racing Machine. So it gets a little bit louder now with Colton Morin from More Motorsports and his Mike Boss machine. That is a brand new dragster for this year, by the way, that he's been breaking in over the last several races. He'll go up against Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake. That'll bring up Lincoln Shirk and CL Gagnon. It's Lincoln Shirk running a new paint scheme, or at least new-ish. She's been running that for the last several races, but it is new to this year. Gagnon was 0-14 red in the Big Kids Racing Machine. Lincoln Shirk in the Titanium Autogroup Mike Boss Junior Dragster will get their second. Gagnon 7.767, 83 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk an 8.1 to 79. And that brings up the last of the Katnicks, Aiden Katnick, also in the TK Performance Camp. However, he is racing in the Junior Lightning. And with that pass, that will wrap up JBS Equipment Junior Dragster for the time being, and we will roll into Peden Industries Junior Street. And from the looks of things, we will kick off with a licensing pass. Like their junior dragster counterparts, the junior street cars will be racing to the 8th mile, so that's where you'll be seeing the Camaro letting off the throttle. 9.409 at 76 miles an hour for the Camaro. Richard Peterson in the Chevy Silverado will be making his first test hit on the day. There do seem to be a lot of drivers making trips out from Alberta this weekend, and Tyler Stamler is one of them, making the trip from Rocky View in the 2000 S10. Sponsored by Mini-Me and On Point Performance. Now, this is a first for me. I've been doing this for, well, I've been working at this track for a few years, and I've never actually seen a truck racing in the Outlaw 275 category, but from what I've heard, there are a few of them on the property today, so could make for some interesting showdowns later on. That looks to be a decent pass, 5.681 at 128. So maybe not so great. It was definitely off the throttle by the time we got to the 8th mile, but it certainly launched well. Might need to work on the second half of the run, but hey, that's what testing is all about. That brings up Justin Cullen in the On Point Performance 1983 Ford Mustang, also racing out of Alberta, this time from Calgary. Colin purging the nitrous on the start-finish line. You can tell by how humid it is currently, by how thick the smoke plume is, or the nitrous plume is, as he gets that down to the right pressure. Oh, shakes the tires up and got all sorts of out of shape. That was a good save, though. That car took a hard shot to the left, but luckily managed to keep it under control. A run to forget for Justin Collin, but that could have been a lot worse. That was a beautiful save. Yet another driver out of Edmonton, Alberta this time, John Cuglietta in the Balboa Mustang. And yet more tire shake and another huge wobble just past the 60-foot. And once again, having to really work the wheel to keep that thing pointed in the right direction. So Cuglietta will have to try again for a better pass another time later on today. So John DeYoung making his return in his Total Dairy Solutions Pro Mod. Does look very similar to the Canada West Doorslammer car that he runs, but of course, you can tell just by looking at the motor sticking up and out of the engine hood, that is very much not a Doorslammer car. And I believe this will be our first Pro Mod pass of the Friday proceedings here. Now, Pro Mods, I believe, are going to be racing to the 8th mile throughout Door Wars this weekend, but from what I've heard, you might be making a full quarter-mile pull, so we'll see how the launch goes and go from there. John DeYoung has been a very long-time runner at the Titanium Strip in his Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions machines. And like the Outlaw 275 cars, taking a moment to purge the nitrous. To it, John. Gets a bit close to the wall once again, just shaking up those tires on the start of the run. lets out, did keep it out of the wall and adjust the car back to the center of the groove. And that will bring up Mike Robinson and Adam DeYoung. The JVS Power Sports Roadster going to be going up against the Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions 1967 Chevrolet. Now that car does typically race with the door slammers of Adam DeYoung, and it is capable of sub 9-second passes. .005 to the good for Mike Robinson, 011 red for DeYoung. The Chevy gets their first 8.500 at 160 miles an hour. Robinson will clock in the 9.194 at 141. Ted Buss will be taking his Ford Roadster up against the Monte Carlo, and lights are on. We have had an incident at the top end of the racetrack, and safety crews are on it. We are going to ask that folks stay where they are. Mike Robinson has entered the sand trap. We will await further information, but for now, we are going to be on hold. Once again, give safety crews the room they need to do their work. Can confirm it was Adam DeYoung that went into the sand trap, and it sounds like a brake failure and then a late chute deployment. He did go into the sand trap, but good news, Adam is okay. They just have to tow the car up and out.
Well, we have a delay here in the action. DOORWARZ 10 t-shirts are now for sale in the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack. So make sure to get your DOORWARZ 10 merchandise. Again, that is for sale at the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack right here at Mission Raceway Park. As cleanup continuing at the top end.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, though. It really is not a half-track snack shack. It's about a quarter-track snack shack down to the 330-foot. False advertising. We need to fix that. So there will be an extended downtime to clean up the mess at the top end of the racetrack. I imagine having to do quite a bit of work regarding to that gravel trap. So we are going to be down for an estimated 30 minutes or so. So we ask that you guys all sit tight, and we'll be back to racing, hopefully not before too long.
Well, as you can probably hear, things kicking back off on the racetrack. Ted Buss out of Shawnigan Lake, BC, in his 34 Ford, 427 cubic inches of Chevy power plant, hopefully propelling that car to an 890 second run. And in the Lordco Auto Parts side, Chevy Monte Carlo, no driver info on that competitor. Looks like it's Nick Angelucci from Agassi in the Monte Carlo. 023 light for Buss. We'll see what kind of run he can put in his first test hit of the afternoon. 901, 144 miles an hour. The Monte Carlo a 1092 with a 1 at 122 miles an hour as we continue on with Test and Tune for the electronics class here this weekend for Door Wars. Warren Jacobson, Tower Side TCS lane out of Abbotsford in the 67 Chevy 2 up against Dan Parsons from Powell River in his 1970 Duster for Quality Racing. Two regulars out here at Mission Raceway Park. Running on the Super Street 1090 index. They'll want to try and get as close to that 1090 as they possibly can. Frequent competitors in the Super Combo category out here. Parsons in that 70 Duster again in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Delay box is kicking in for both drivers. An 011 light for the Chevy 2, 026 for the Duster, top end of the racetrack, 1088 with a 337 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane, a 1095 with a 4. So the Chevy 2 over the 1090 index, the Duster under the 1090 index with a 1095 as the next two cars roll into the water box. Kelly Voss, Tower side of the racetrack in the Dragster, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, rather the Falcon and the Camaro out on track next. Up will come now the Dragster and Camaro combo. Falcon getting the top end, 1027 with a 930 miles an hour. The Camaro struggling off the throttle early, 17.40 at 51 miles an hour off pace run. As up now will come Kelly Voss in the Dragster up against the 69 Camaro in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Is again Test and Tune continuing here for the box category this weekend for Door Wars 10 presented by the Titanium Autogroup. 006 red for the Camaro, 003 on the tree for the Dragster, top end of the racetrack. Camaro will get there first, but with the red light, the Dragster would take the win. Of course, this is Test and Tune, so none of that would really matter. 891 with an 8 for the Dragster, 145 miles an hour. 896 with a 0 at 144 miles an hour for the Camaro. Coming up next, Cam Shantz out of Prince Rupert in the 27 Ford Roadster up against Scott Yeramenko coming all the way from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan in his 67 Acadian Canso. 032 light for Yeramenko, 050 for Shantz. Top end of the racetrack, Yeramenko runs it through to an 802 with an 8, 170 miles an hour for the Acadian. 917 with an 8 at 117 miles an hour for Cam Shantz, stepping off the gas early and getting out of it in the Shantz Enterprises 27 Ford Roadster. Up next, Steve McKenzie, Tower side of the racetrack, TCS lane 1986 Cavalier, 489 cubic inches of big block Chevy power plant underneath the hood of that machine. Up against Clint Dolivecchia out at Terrace in his 67 Camaro. in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. .066 light for Dolavecchia out of Terrace in the Camaro in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Top end of the racetrack, 902 with a 751 miles an hour for the Camaro in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. 908 at 146 miles an hour for Steve McKenzie in the Cavalier here in Vancouver. Car Wraps Electronics. Again, test hits still being made here as we work our way through the program on the Friday of Door Wars. Jan Christensen, Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Langley in his 67 Nova. Brody Shirk, tower side of the racetrack, TCS lane in his 1967 Nova. The Titanium Autogroup, Bubba's Speed Shop Machine, Preston GM, and JBS Equipment bringing us Jan Christensen out of Langley. Again, in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Jan getting a win here in NHRA Summit ET Series competition a few weeks ago in that green 67 Nova. Brody Shirk getting ready to bring in the Titanium Autogroup's Nova. The battle of the 67 Nova is set to commence. Both drivers stage, waiting on Shirk to bump it in and light that bottom bulb. And double red, 008 red for Jan Christensen, 019 red for Shirk. Top end of the racetrack, Christensen will get there first with an 855 with a 658 miles an hour. 904, 948.71 miles an hour for Brody Shirk, tower side of the racetrack. Nolan?
Well, I got going a little bit quicker than I expected. I thought I had time for lunch. It looks like I didn't, but thanks for the assist there, Cole. As we bring up Emily Gerard in the 2001 Undercover Dragster. .034 to the good for Emily Gerard as the dragster takes off towards the top end and lifts off just past the 8th mile. Clocks in an 8.135 at 122 miles an hour. So the driver out of Chilliwack is certainly a good 8-mile pass, and we'll see if she'll be making full pulls before the end of the day. Bringing up a motorcycle pass. This one will be racing in, I imagine, the 604 Street Legit category for Door Wars 10 this weekend. It's Alex McDonald. Getting a little bit close to the left side of the groove from McDonald, but that is going to be a full pull. 9.683, 145 miles an hour. So Tej Sanka, Lordco side, no information on the driver in the tower lane for the time being, except a potential first name of John. So John going up against Tej Sanka, and this is a pair of Fox bodies going up against each other. Very common in the X275 and limited street categories. And like their Outlaw 275 brethren, racing to the 8th mile. Sanka gets there first with a 111.99 at a 6.406 at 111 miles an hour. John was a 6.793 at 102 miles an hour. Now that was to the 8th mile. The readings on the scoreboards were at the quarter, but they are going to be racing to the 8th mile, so for future reference, for the time being, that's the numbers we're going to be going off of. Now, if you want to see some fast car action, get on over to the fence. It's a couple of pro mods coming up next. That's a proper pro mod burnout from Khalid Balooshi in the Chevrolet Camaro. Once again, we do believe these guys are going to be racing to the 8th mile throughout the course of the day, but you did see John DeYoung attempt a full pull earlier on, was not able to make that run successfully. We'll see if he'll make a second run at that later on this afternoon. Balooshi pre-staging the Camaro, now fully staged. Wheels up, that car's moving to the right of the groove, but keeps us foot in it to the 8th mile. It's going to be 3.794, 197 miles an hour. Stellar opening run there from Khalid Balooshi. And that will swing it over to Justin Bond. Local racer out of Mission will be up next. TCS side. Burnout complete for Justin Bond in the Bahrain Racing Pro Mod. I'm going to back that thing all the way back up to the starting line where he'll take off and try to best that 197-mile-an-hour pass. Solid launch for Justin Bond. That's a solid pass, and it will best the 197-mile-an-hour hits. 3.792 at 198 miles an hour. And that will put a new speed for fastest pass we've had so far today. And as we get closer to the evening, there is the potential for them to get faster. So we did make that statement earlier on about not being in places you're not supposed to be, and one of those places is driving across our freshly turfed up grass. While yes, it is for the most part grown, it can be a little bit fragile. So we would ask that people keep your golf carts and cars restricted to the return road specifically, and that you do not drive onto the grass. That road is there for a reason, so you do not have to drive on the grass. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to make the call for Outlaw 275 to lanes 1 and 2 for your second round of eliminations. Limited Street, we're calling you to 3 and 4. And Canada West Doorslammers, you're requested in 5 and 6 for first round of qualifying. So Outlaw 275 to 1 and 2. Limited Street to 3 and 4 for eliminations. And Doorslammers to 5 and 6 for first round of eliminations. We're down for a little bit of track prep right now. We'll get back to racing here shortly.
Also, we have a racer looking for anybody that has a set of 28 10.5 by 15 slicks. You can stop by the Titanium Autogroup pits if you have the 28 10.5 15 slicks. A set of those, they are looking for those in the Titanium Autogroup pit area.
I made the call just a little while ago for our first proper racing groups to come on down, and we're going to make a second call for Outlaw 275 to come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Limited Street, you were called to 3 and 4, and Canada West Doorslammers for your first qualifying hit. You're going to be behind Limited Street in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's your second call, folks.
Well, here we go. You can hear the first pair of Outlaw 275 competitors firing and heading underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. The Outlaw 275 guys will be running eliminations from their season opener that was rained out earlier at the beginning of June. Your first pair in Outlaw 275, Rick McLeod, Tower side, the Dodge Dart, just completing his burnout. Up against Jordan Brandon out of Lethbridge in his 2000 Camaro. McLeod in the Dart. Tower side of the racetrack. Again, round 2 of eliminations from the season opener for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 category. Here for Door Wars. They'll be up a little bit later on after completing their eliminations to get in their first qualifying hits later on tonight. But of course, we first have to decide a winner for the first round of the West Coast Outlaw Series. Rick McLeod purging the nitrous on the Dodge Dart. The turbo-assisted Camaro, far side of the racetrack for Jordan Brandon, the runner out of Lethbridge, Alberta, in a BC versus Alberta battle. As McLeod's crew member getting ready to bring the Dart into the staging beams, Brandon already getting ready to bump in the Camaro as we get ready for the first hit of round number 2 of Outlaw 275 eliminations. McLeod pre-staged, waiting on Brandon to bump in. McLeod now staged. Here comes the gray Camaro. Off the line, McLeod waltzes her up in a tire shake, and Jordan Brandon going on to round number 3 into the semifinals in the Camaro. A 451, 160 miles an hour, 128 on the tree for Brandon, 096 for McLeod, but that didn't matter for the Dart as McLeod right up into tire shake almost immediately as soon as he got on the throttle. So Jordan Brandon into the semifinals for race number 1 for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 gang. And Rick McLeod done for at least today in eliminations. Again, qualifying starting for Door Wars coming up a little bit later on in the evening. And Racer looking for some parts, roller bearing tail housing for a Power Glide transmission. That is for Kevin, Racer number 6000. So if you can help him out, find him in the pit area. Again, a Racer in distress call down there in the pits as we get ready for the next round, or next pair rather, here in round number 2 of Outlaw 275 competition. Kurt Thompson pulling up underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. He'll be in the TCS lane in the orange Camaro. So Kurt Thompson in the Camaro up against Daniel Rodrigue in the Malibu. Rodrigue out of Yarrow, BC, 1981 Chevy Malibu. Rodrigue sponsored by Ken Specialty Automotive, Westar Trailer, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, and Gibson Racing Transmissions. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy under the hood with nitrous assistance for Daniel Rodrigue. And in the TCS lane, Kurt Thompson from Sturgeon, Alberta, the Milron Black Sheep Industries Chevy Camaro. 1968 Camaro for Kurt. Still running that car with leaf springs as the rear suspension. And Kurt is capable of putting down some solid runs here, of course, in the heat of the day. These Outlaw 275 cars could be a little bit finicky with the tune-up, trying to get all that power through those small rear tires as Daniel Rodrigue purges the nitrous system of the 81 Chevy Malibu. And the TCS, or rather the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, in the TCS lane, Kurt Thompson getting ready to bring the Camaro into the staging beams. Winner of this race will face whoever moves on from the next round. That will either be J.R. Lazick or Jason Gagnon in the Nova. But on track now, we will see who moves into the semifinals. Rodrigue in, Thompson in. tree comes down. Rodrigue, the reaction time advantage, but at the finish line, it is all Kurt Thompson in the Camaro. 467, 161.84 miles an hour for Thompson. Beats a losing 505 with a 0 at 152 miles an hour for Rodrigue, who was first off the line, but that was the only place where he was first. Thompson better at the 60-foot, the 330, and the stripe in the Camaro. So Kurt Thompson will move on into the semifinals as we get ready for J.R. Lazick versus Jason Gagnon up next. All right, here we go for the next round here in round number 2 of eliminations for the Outlaw 275 gang. Again, presented by MDA Fabrication, the West Coast Outlaw Series here at Mission Raceway Park, part of the Door Wars 10 weekend. J.R. Lazick out of Rutland in the car that he calls Romeo, the Rob Charlton Racing, Rad Torque Systems, BCJ Properties, Lazick's Automotive, Bel Air Power and Production, and Kent's Crane Service, Western Gasco, Swag Girls 63 Nova, the car bought from California in the off-season. Nitrous-assisted machine, 500 cubic inches of small block Chevy up against Jason Gagnon. Out of Kelowna, the Angle Plug 1970 Yenko Nova, sponsored by Angle Plug Racing, Gen 3 Speed, and JS Power Sports. Is Jason Gagnon getting ready to bring that Nova into the stage and beams, trying to punch out J.R. Lazick, former Door Wars champion, in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, again in that 63 Nova, and JR and the gang went down to Georgia, Southern Georgia Motorsports Park earlier on this year, getting some hits in. Second time back here on the West Coast running this Nova. Of course, JR used to run in the Radial Flyer. As Lazick in, Gagnon waiting to build up the boost. Bumps the Nova in. Gagnon, slight reaction time advantage. Whoa, big time sideways, and Gagnon looks like something might have broke even in the rear end. You can see that thing flopping and sliding all over the place as the rear end looks like it almost came out of that Chevy Nova. 467, 151.08 miles an hour for J.R. Lazick. So Lazick moves into the semifinals, but Jason Gagnon, big problems for the 1970 Chevy Nova in the TCS lane. Again, you can see that thing moving around, and then the rear end looks like something breaking in the rear end, and that car sashaying all over the TCS lane. Gagnon getting it to a stop before it makes any contact with any of the walls. But again, Gagnon shutting her down and bringing it to a stop as the MRP safety crew will head on up and get that car moved off of the racetrack. J.R. Lazick bringing home the win as the next pair in the water box. But again, we'll get to Jason Gagnon's machine off of the racetrack and then head on with the rest of round number 2 competition from the first race, the rained out race for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 division here on Friday action for Door Wars Canada Day out here at Mission Raceway Park.
That was a beautiful save.
Well, it looks like Jason Gagnon's car cleared off the top end, but if we do have any more delays here over the course of today's racing action, make sure to head on down to the Pro Shop to check out the Door Wars 10 t-shirts now on sale again at the Pro Shop. Across from the half-track snack shack, which Nolan pointed out earlier is actually closer to the 330-foot cone than the actual half-track itself. I did the walk down there earlier, and yeah, proves to be the case.
You don't really notice until you have to make the run down there from the ET shack on a 15-minute break, and that's when you really start to notice, okay, this is a little bit further than it is when I'm working up at the tower here.
MDA Fabrication, of course, bringing us Outlaw 275 throughout the weekend. It looks like the next pair in round number 2 of competition, giving them the signal to wind them up here as we'll get ready to roll in with Neil Richards in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The 1979 Mercury Zephyr, he calls the Cream Dream, up against Adam Berard in the 1984 Chevy Camaro on the Lordco Auto Parts, or rather the TCS side of the racetrack for White Trash Racing. Horsepower Solutions, a sponsor for Neil Richards. And if you're going, wow, I didn't realize a Mercury Zephyr ever had a racing pedigree, its sister vehicle, the Ford Fairmont, piloted by Bob Glidden to an NHRA Pro Stock Championship. So there you go. Some racing pedigree out of those boxy late 70s, early 80s Fords as Neil Richards backs up his machine. Richards taking last year off to get this car all upgraded. Richards, a former Door Wars champion over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Adam Berard making it into round number 2 of competition in his Camaro, punching out John Cuglietta in round number 1 of competition back at the start of June for the opener for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 season opener. As Adam Berard bringing it in. Again, the crew members guiding them into the beams, and then they will get ready for a trip down the 8th mile strip here at the Titanium Autogroup strip at Mission Raceway Park. Richards into the pre-stage beams, already staged. Here comes Berard bumping it in. Richards flickered off the bottom bulb, up into tire shake, and Berard is going to get the win. 493 with an 8, 157 miles an hour for Adam Berard out of Red Deer, taking out Edmonton's Neil Richards. So Berard will move on in to the semifinals of competition. Chris Gould in the early 2000s Mustang doing a test hit in his machine to wrap up Outlaw 275. We've got Limited Street coming up for their second round of eliminations. But Chris Gould having some problems last time out, not making the round 1 call, bringing this machine back out here for Door Wars weekend. And again, taking the opportunity while the track is nice and prepped and ready to go for these Outlaw 275 guys to make a test hit in the Mustang, building up the boost, getting ready to bumper into the staging beams. Bottom bulb comes on, flickering off the top bulb. Chris Gould, strong launch on his way to his strong run down at the top end. 502, 152 miles an hour for Chris, who was in the 490s last time out. All right, here we go. Round number 2 eliminations from the first race of the season that was rained out for Limited Street. Vanessa Richards, Tower side in her Ford Mustang, 1989 Ford Mustang. Gen 3 Speed and Boyd Auto Body, the sponsors for the nitrous-assisted Ford Mustang. And Justin Gibson, far side of the racetrack from Surrey in his 88 Fox-bodied Mustang in round number 2 of Limited Street. So it looks like test hits for Limited Street. They'll have their elimination round coming up a little bit later on. So Vanessa Richards making a test pass in her nitrous-assisted Mustang up against Justin Gibson in the 88 Fox body. So Vanessa Richards, a little bit of an early shut-off, 591 with a 189 miles an hour, 558 with a 722 for Justin Gibson. Again, test hits for Limited Street. Chris McGraw coming up next in the 1990 Ford Mustang, tower side of the racetrack, with a LS turbo power plant underneath the hood of that machine. Rob Monroe, far side of the racetrack in his Nova. He'll be in the semifinals of Limited Street competition. Again, test hits coming up here as they are going to go directly into the semifinals later on here in Limited Street action. Chris McGraw, top end of the racetrack, 560 with an 826 miles an hour, 628 with a 208 miles an hour for Rob Monroe. Again, Limited Street, another heads up, 8th mile category. As two Mustangs rolling out of the water box. Brad Thomas from Squamish in his 2019 Ford Mustang over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. As he will get ready to roll into the beams. Looks like Parm Jawanda showing up out of Surrey. The TCS lane as the 88 Mustang, the Fox body already pre-staged, waiting on Brad Thomas to bring in the 2019 Ford Mustang, the newer version of the classic pony car. Strong numbers early on, 579 with a 526 miles an hour for the TCS lane. Lordco Auto Parts lane, 629 with a 1 for Brad Thomas out of Squamish. Test hit coming up here for a couple of Outlaw 275 competitors. Trevor Mulder from Alberta in the 1990 Ford Mustang, and Bob Cook from Lloydminster, Alberta, the 1993 Ford F-150 in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. One of the handful of trucks that we have in Outlaw 275 competition. And two Alberta competitors is Trevor Mulder getting backed up from his burnout cars, calls his car rather the girlfriend. The 1990 Ford Mustang, the Fox body machine. Trevor making several strong hits in testing action last night here to kick off the weekend for Door Wars. Making a few hits before tonight's qualifying sessions for the Outlaw 275 class. Mulder into the pre-stage. Cook in, both drivers staged. Mulder right up into tire smoke in the Mustang, pedals his way to a 599 with a 4, 584 with a 0, 127 miles an hour for Bob Cook, and Mulder still getting there first with that big top-end charge after a quick pedal. John Cuglietta is up next in his 2004 Mustang, known as Balboa, out of Edmonton, Alberta. John, a former competitor in Door Wars in the Outlaw 10.5 category. He used to have a former Pro Stock truck S10 that he sold in 2019 before starting to build this machine. .427 cubic inches of twin turbocharged power plant underneath the hood of this 2004 Ford Mustang. As John Cuglietta getting backed up from the burnout and the TCS side of the racetrack. So John Cuglietta getting ready to bring that machine into the beams as I believe this will be the last test hit before we roll into Canada West Doorslammers for their first round of qualifying for their rain makeout race, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. John Cuglietta building up the boost. Stage, tree comes down. Strong run early on for Cuglietta, getting that Mustang all the way down the 8th mile. 473 with a 1 at 158.95 miles an hour, giving John Cuglietta a strong baseline to work off of before heading into qualifying. And Nolan, it is time for the Canada West Doorslammers to make their way up for their first round of qualifying.
It most certainly is. And with that, before we kick things off with the Canada West Doorslammers, we do want to request that if you do not have a golf cart directly related to a Door Slammer card, to get it out of there. You need to make room for the other Door Slammer crews to go to work. So if you don't have a car in Canada West Doorslammers, you should not have a golf cart down there at the moment. Of course, the race today brought to you by Total Dairy Solutions. One of the dairy farmer biggest challenges can be gaining access to the cutting-edge expertise they need to keep their business cost-effective despite increasing costs and regulatory restrictions. TDS provides that critical access, and it's what they do. They have developed deep relations with manufacturers, distributors, and service providers in the industry. First up will be Paul DeBree Jr. and Peter Lacanis. A pair of very good balls, an 027 to an 016. Both drivers out of BC. DeBree out of Shawnigan Lake, and Lacanis out of Coquitlam. DeBree puts down an 8.5, with Lacanis putting down an 8.57. So whether it's project management, ongoing maintenance, or emergency repairs, a responsive team is ready to help you keep your operations running smoothly 24/7. Artex Racing is supported by Total Dairy Solutions. The future of dairy farms begins with them. They are the main sponsor for today's race of the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. They are also sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travland RV. Going to be making a standby call for JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters. So JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters, this is your standby call. Rob Jonkine in the Fat Black Incorporated 33 Ford Roadster going up against James Kennedy in the Blueberry 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. Of course, in Doorslammers, it is not measured based off of reaction time like most bracket classes are. Here, it's measured by your overall ET, and if you cannot hit an 8.7 second time or slower, you are not going to be in the field. .015 for Kennedy as he rips it towards the quarter mile, puts down a 7.641, 179 miles an hour. John Kine off throttle at the quarter mile, goes 8.813 at 128. Otto Schultz going up against Jason Field. Field out of Mission, BC. Otto Schultz racing out of Black Creek in the Cavalier. We'll see what the little overkill Nova can do. 001 on the tree for Otto Schultz, and the Cavalier is off, sponsored by Georgia Straight Collision. He'll get there first, 7.514, 181 miles an hour. Jason Field puts down an 8.255 at 168 miles an hour. That is just 0.05 of a second slower than his best set earlier on. Andy Hatton going to go up against Doug Hesch. Hesch driving a 2004 Cavalier. Andy Hatton calls that 1969 Camaro the Grinch. I think the fact that it's green might have something to do with that. Hatton's pre-stage, just waiting on Hesch. Two green lights. Hesch moving way over to the left-hand side, right to the edge of the groove. He's out of the groove, but he pulls through anyway. 6.892, 177 miles an hour. As he deploys the chutes, Andy Hatton was an 8.621, 156 miles an hour. That was a wild run for Doug Hesch, and luckily was able to keep at least two tires in the groove to keep that going. Got real close to the center line, though, at the quarter mile. Of course, if you cross that center line, your run is automatically disqualified. That brings up Eric Horvath in the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette. And he is on and off the throttle, still wobbling. I think he's just going to give up at that point. He was already out of shape as soon as he launched, backed out, tried to launch again, and immediately got out of shape, and there was just no way that was going to go his way. So he will have one more qualifying hit, but if he cannot put down an 8.7 second time or quicker, he is not going to be running in today's Artex Barnes Canada West Doorslammer field. Friendly reminder as well that there are Door Wars 10 t-shirts available for just $35 down at the Pro Shop. So make your way on down. I am sure that they're looking mighty nice over there, and they are just waiting for some people to put them on. So that is Derek Shirk over TCSI, but he is not racing his usual car. He is in a new 1955 Bel Air. He'll go up against Henry Zacharias and the Zacharias Inventory Limited 53 Corvette. The large door slammer field today, from what I've heard, 31 door slammers on the property. which means it is going to be a full evening of racing when we finish up qualifying in the afternoon. .021 on the tree for Derek Shirk. It was an .080 for Henry Zacharias at the quarter mile. 7.137 for Derek Shirk. Zacharias goes 7.581 at 178 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst and yet another 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Going up against Blake Miller in the Searles Auto Repair Camaro. Both drivers dead even at the 8th mile and at the quarter. Winklehorst gets there first, 8.274, 164 miles an hour. Blake Miller just making the field, 8.653 at 154. Now here's a pair of quicker cars. Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier will be going up against Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle and Greenlight Auto Sales. Trip zip for Brian Ritchie and 052 for Paul Stretch on the tree. It will be Stretch to get there first, 7.292, 189 miles an hour. Ritchie with the perfect light goes 7.972 and 172 miles an hour. That'll bring up Kerry Young racing from Port Alberni in the Young's Mechanical Chevrolet S10, going up against Kathy Freeborn in the Comox Valley Bobcat Camaro Z28 racing out of Courtney, BC. Two green lights. Kerry Young out in front, trying to stay in front of the Z28 Camaro, and does. 8.428, 158 miles an hour. And Freeborn puts down an 8.562 at 159. That'll bring up Bill Bolt out of Penticton, BC in his Brutus Truck Bodies Camaro, going up against John West's 1957 Chevrolet truck driver racing from Port Alberni. He is sponsored, of course, by Kingsley Trucking and J&L Driving. And Bill Bolt going to back out. He had fully staged the car, but that is actually against Canada West Doorslammer rules. You are not allowed to fully stage your car until your opponent has pre-staged. He did the one thing he was supposed to do, so he backs it out. We're going to try this again. And Bill Bolt goes right through, will not get a time as a result. John West, 023 on the tree, 6.962, 196 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure Bill Bolt had only barely stopped before rolling through the beams, and at that point, he just went. Does have that second hit, though, coming on up later in the afternoon. Brings up Dale Jansen in the 1966 Acadian Canso going up against Paul Soares Pontiac Grand Prix from Terrace, sponsored by Unlimited Rentals. Bear Creek Content Timeline signs both drivers with green lights. Jansen 010 on the tree. And Acadian gets there. 7.812, 175 miles an hour. Paul Soares was 8.008 at 171.9 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Authorized, license, and testing. We need you down to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, authorized, license, and testing. We need you down to lanes 5 and 6. Devin Jansen going up against Poe Freeborn. Nova versus Shelby Mustang. .052 on the tree for Freeborn at the top end. 7.496, 182 miles an hour. And Devin Jansen getting in by about a tenth and a half with an 555 at 152 miles an hour. And we're going to make the call for JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters to come on down to lane 2. So authorized, license, and test. We've called you to 5 and 6, and we're now going to call JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters to lane 2. Rod Leclerc will take his Paradise Homes Camaro up against Ken Orser in the TCS 2008 Pontiac GTO. So going to correct the JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters. We need Lightning to 2. Thunder, you're going to lane 1. So Thunder, we need you in lane 1. Lightning, we're going to call you up to lane number 2. Rod Leclerc purging the nitrous in the 1967 Camaro, while Ken Orser moves forward and pre-stages the Pontiac GTO. Leclerc pre-staged. Separated by 6 thousandths on the tree. Ken Orser way out in front, though, with a lot more speed. 7.435, 188 miles an hour. Leclerc clocks in at 8.735 at 141. Bring on Mark Schuppinen in the Sealed Power Wix Filters 1995 Lamina Tower side. And Grant Howell, spectator side of the 1937 Chevrolet. Now, Grant Howell has gotten himself a Canada West Doorslammers champion before. And Mark Schuppinen will not be making a hit. You can probably see on the giant boards, if you look to the burnout cam, you see that long yellow line? Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. That was liquids dropped from Schuppinen's car. So I think it's understandable that they're going to be pushing him backing out, making this a single pass for Grant Howell. Howell will put down a 7.769 at 175 miles an hour. We're going to be down for just a minute to clean up the mess that was left on the starting line. And so while we're doing that, want to just remind people that while, yes, we do allow pets on the premises, and it is a family-friendly establishment, we would request that you pick up after your pets. I don't feel like this is something I should have to be reminding you of, but it seems that that has been an ongoing problem today. So we would request that if your pets do business, it's just fine, but you do need to clean up after it. We want to keep our property looking nice, and we want to make sure that it is as presentable as possible. As you can imagine, having certain items brought by animals doesn't really appeal to the overall aesthetic. So Greg Feel makes a very smoky, if not the loudest burnout on the day. Definitely one of the smokiest so far in the Canada West Doorslammers category, racing out of Kamloops in the Active Corrado 1969 Opel GT. We also wanted to give some thanks to Jubilee RV, a Cumin Machine, and Total Turbo. Tell you what, that Opel is one really mean-looking car, and it has a lot of speed underneath it. But it can be a little bit iffy at times with reliability. So we'll see if he'll be able to make a full pass. Obviously, that would be the goal. Because when that car makes a full pull, it is something. Bill's going to bump the car in. Oh, that's looking like a solid pass. 8th mile, still on the throttle. Already 169. How is that? 6.722 at 215 miles an hour. That's what you call a full pull. And I do say, I think that is one of the only cars that can rival the ET that John DeYoung has in his own machine. That was absolutely flawless. So David Warren racing out of Mission. He is not going to be qualifying for now. He is just making a licensing pass. I do believe qualifying has wrapped up for Canada West Doorslammers, as this is going to be a licensing pass. .008 for Warren as he runs out to the quarter mile. 8.234 at 164 miles an hour. That'll wrap it up for Canada West Doorslammers. Well, mods, we've got Dave Kowalski that's just completed the burnout in his Chevrolet Corvette. Just making a test pass for the time being. Pro mods will not be qualifying until later on this afternoon. We've seen Pro Mod passes earlier today put down 195 and 197 mile-an-hour passes to the 8th mile at 3.5 and 3.7 seconds respectively. We'll be seeing what Kowalski will be able to do and if he'll be able to put himself on a similar par as everybody else so far that has made test hits in their Pro Mods today. Solid launch. Out to the 8th. It's not as good as the others, but it is still a 4.050 at 181 miles an hour. So room for improvement. And that brings up Nick Duda, also going to be making a test hit in his Twin Turbo Pro Mod. Duda's got that car fully staged. 040 on the tree. Car moves to the right, back over to the left, but keeps his foot in at 4.149, 184 miles an hour to the 8th mile. And that brings up one of the Outlaw 275 drivers, Larry Yampolsky in the Chevy Malibu. .014 light. And at the 8th mile, it was 5.734, 131 miles an hour. Couple more test hits for Outlaw 275. Of course, they already ran one of their elimination rounds. This is not one of those elimination rounds. This is only a few test hits for these guys. And the driver, Lordco Sai, bumped too far forward and will not get a time as a result, but they are going to back him out and try to get him going. For the Mustang TCS side, it's an 8.88, wow, run of the 8s apparently, 8888 at 160 miles an hour. They backed out the Doorslammer spectator side. Just wanted to, well, he bumped forward too much and broke the tree, but he did get stopped and didn't make the pass, so they backed him out. They're going to try it again. Tom Tarrant and Alex McDonald going to be having a little grudge match on the starting line. Pair of motorcycles going to be going up against one another. Two green lights. Tom Tarrant is off by a mile and will get there first. 8.960, 154 miles an hour, besting McDonald's 9.726 at 144. Well, we've had some Pro Mod cars out. How about a couple of Pro Mod bikes? These bikes are capable of making runs well in excess of 160 miles an hour. And it looks like the rider Lordco side having problems getting his Pro Mod bike fired up. They're going to try to make another effort at it. And it has just been made a solo pass in the TCS lane for the number 84 on the line. Oh, that bike is really getting out of shape, but he keeps the throttle pinned, and at the quarter mile, 7.111 at 178 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Peden Industries Junior Street, we need you to lane number 1. Peden Industries, we need you to lane number 1. Outlaw 275, you are on standby for your next round of eliminations. So once again, that's Peden Industries Junior Street to lane 1. Outlaw 275, you're back on standby. They managed to get the bike fired up. And we'll see what kind of a run that bike can make. Trying to just bump it forward towards the beams. Oh, really shaking up the front end of the bike, but he takes off. Left well before the tree was ready, so I have no idea what kind of time it was, but I can tell you that was easily faster than the bike that just ran. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I would have said 180 on that pass. We are back into JVS Equipment Junior Dragsters, and we started off with Nate Green and Emily White. Nate Green driving that Papa Roach machine. Both of these racers local, straight out of Mission. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. We're going to call you down to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw 275. You've been called to 1 and 2. Limited Street, you are on standby. So Outlaw 275 to 1 and 2. Limited Street on standby. Well, it turns out that standby call was mighty short for the Limited Street guys. You can come on up behind Outlaw 275 in lanes 1 and 2. So Outlaw 275, once again, you're in 1 and 2, Limited Street. You will be lining up behind Outlaw 275. All passes complete for JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters. We will cycle into Peden Industries Junior Street, and we kick things off with a licensing pass in a 1996 Chevrolet Camaro. Going to be making a testing hit in the 1963 Chevy Corvette. This car a frequent runner both in Super Combo and in the electronics category. That's looking to be a solid pass. 0.23 on the tree at the top end. It's 8.332 at 167 miles an hour. Ooh, and shaking up the tires on this Outlaw 275 test hit. Pulls through anyway, and left before the tree was ready. All right, it's time to return to some Pro Mod action. Chris Murphy going to be making the test hit in the 1955 Chevy Bel Air. And shuts the car off after the burnout. It will come to a stop around the 60 to 330 foot, and it's looking like we are not going to be making a successful run for this car this time around. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 10-minute standby call. So Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 10-minute standby call.
So Chris Murphy's car getting pushed back behind the water box after a mechanical issue on the burnout. And Tom Hedden will make a hit coming up next in his 1994 Chevy Beretta Pro Mod, another test and tuner for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Tom, a regular in Pro Modified competition for quite a number of years here in the West Coast, and Tom and his wife also owning elite belts. As Tom Hedden will get ready to back the Beretta up from that burnout nitrous-assisted machine. So Tom Hedden purging the nitrous system on that Beretta as he will get ready to bring it into the staging beams, try and get in a solid run, only going to the 8th mile in this Beretta as he'll get brought into the beams by his crew member and wife down there on the starting line. On the TCS side of the racetrack, seen a few test hits today from some of the Pro Mod competitors. A few cars already into the 3-second zone to the 8th mile, approaching 200 miles an hour. See what kind of pass Tom Hedden can lay down as he is staged. Hedden, strong run so far to the 8th mile, 430 with a 2, 169 miles an hour, a 732 with a 2 at 115 miles an hour with the shoots out at the quarter mile. So Tom Hedden, 430 with a 2, 169 miles an hour, solid test lap for Tom and the gang from the province of Alberta. As Nolan coming up next, looks like we got an Alter getting ready to roll into the staging beams.
One of the more unique alters that I've seen in the brief time I've been doing track announcing here. It'll be Grant Chowden that'll be going up in the 1955 sedan out of Kamloops. It doesn't sound like the most healthy alter, but it does look like it'll be a solid pass. Quarter mile, it's 8.921 at 165 miles an hour. So not a bad run at all.
So a handful more test and tune runs before we roll off into the semifinals for Limited Street as well as Outlaw 275 here for their rain date makeup race. As it looks like Chris Murphy's crew is still working on that 55 Chevy. They had the front end off and filling that car back up with methanol to see if maybe there was a fuel starvation problem or something like that that caused that car to shut off on the burnout. But we'll see if Chris Murphy can try and make another lap here or make a second attempt at making a lap in that 55 Chevy, trying to compete this weekend with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Of course, Justin Bond, Khalid Balooshi with Bahrain 1 Racing. Here this weekend, stacked field of Pro Mods getting ready to contest the 10th anniversary of Door Wars, the first event run back in 2013. And of course, the Titanium Autogroup sponsoring the Door Wars weekend, in addition to sponsoring the Titanium Autogroup strip here at Mission Raceway Park. And Derek Shirk, as well as the rest of his family members out here racing as well. So Chris Murphy's car getting pushed into the water box here. Nolan, looks like we'll have a Pro Mod run coming up here in just a few moments. Attention the pits, Donald Seekings. Donald Seekings, could you please report to the timing tower? Donald Seekings to the tower. Looks like a little bit of track prep going on down there on the starting line. But, of course, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the classes here this weekend for the Door Wars 10 event. Total Dairy Solutions bringing us Friday action here for the Canada West Doorslammers. Of course, also Paradise Homes presenting the Door Wars action for the Doorslammer division. Bubba Speed Shops presenting the non-electronics division. Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics, as well as MDA Fabrication helping us out with the Outlaw 275 category. Looks like Chris Murphy's car will get pushed back into the return lane. They'll tow that car back to the pit area, and we'll get ready to wrap up some test hits and roll on into Outlaw 275 eliminations, the semifinals from their rain-delayed race back at the start of the June. Getting ready to kick off here in just a few moments.
Want to, of course, also thank all of the amazing fans for coming on out to join us for Door Wars 10 of day 1 of 3 of competition. And there's a lot more to come, and a lot of the big eliminations and the fast classes will be up in full force this evening, as well as the 200 plus people watching us on MRP Lordco TV. So happy Canada Day from the Titanium Strip, wherever you may be. And of course, that live stream would not be possible today without FuelTech Production Group on the property today. They will be having a full production crew on site by at least tomorrow and Sunday, if not this evening as well. So we want to give them a huge thanks as well for making this huge production possible. Cars back fired up. We're ready to go for Pro Mods again.
Yes, here comes Chris Murphy into the water box. Another high RPM burnout from that 55 Chevy. And I did say they were going to try and push it back. Looks like they're just swapping lanes. A little bit of prep work being done to the right lane. So Chris Murphy will make a hit in the left side of the Titanium Autogroup strip, the TCS lane. Car that ran back in the day with driver Dwayne Grossart behind the wheel with a Brad Anderson, supercharged Brad Anderson Hemi, sticking out from underneath of the hood of this 55 Chevy as Chris Murphy will get ready to be guided into the staging beams. And always hard for these guys with the supercharged cars to kind of see around the supercharger to get a good view of the Christmas tree. As Chris Murphy brings it into the pre-stage, revs come up. Solid launch from Murphy. Solid run all the way down the Titanium Autogroup strip. Clicks it off just before the quarter mile. 8th mile time, 4:55 with a 3 at 159 miles an hour. The quarter mile early shut off, 7:33 with a 5 at 152.54 miles an hour for Chris Murphy. So Chris and his crew will head back to the pits and get ready to line it up again here for hopefully qualifying coming up a little bit later on, as we'll get ready to roll on with the next thing up in the program. I believe Outlaw 275 semifinal action coming up. So it looks like a little bit of track prep here before the Outlaw 275 guys, and Limited Street come on up for their elimination rounds. And then, of course, after that, we have second round of qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers, presented by Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Of course, Canada West Doorslammers fixture division out here at Mission Raceway Park. Strong field for them this weekend. 31 cars on the property for them, as I believe 17 Outlaw 275 cars qualifying for those divisions coming up a little bit later on this evening, including the West Coast Pro Modifieds, also having 604 Street Legit on the property. You'll see all of that and more coming up a little bit later on in today's program for Friday at Door Wars here on Canada Day out here at Mission Raceway Park. And also, as Nolan was mentioning earlier, big thanks to FuelTech Productions giving us the Jumbotron as well as full-scale productions that will be kicking off around 5 o'clock here this evening for the first day of qualifying here at Door Wars, as the tractors will roll on out onto the strip, and we'll get ready for some track prep before heading on into Outlaw 275 action. Also, while you have some downtime, make sure to check out the Half Track Snack Shack as well as the Pro Shop with Door Wars 10 t-shirts for sale. Again, the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack, as well as, I believe, some souvenir vendors being set up down there towards the Half Track Snack Shack as well. And all these race teams, most of these race teams have t-shirts as well as other souvenirs for sale. So make sure to head on down while we have a little bit of downtime and check out some of those in the pits. So again, a little bit of downtime here for track prep. All right, if you're the owner of a motorhome with the license plate KD008, we need you to return to your motorhome. Again, if you're the owner of a RV with the license plate KD008, we need you to return to your vehicle immediately. All right, getting lined up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, your semifinals in Outlaw 275 from, again, the season opening race a few weeks ago that was rained out. Kurt Thompson will be in the TCS lane, the tower side, the Milron Black Sheep Industries FPS 68 Chevy Camaro. Far side of the racetrack, spectator side, Lordco Auto Parts lane, that will be J.R. Lazick from Rutland in his 63 Chevy Nova, as both cars will get ready to bring it into the water box, getting the signal now to fire them up. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6. Burnouts completed from Thompson and Lazick. We'll see who makes their way into the final round. Lazick, that 63 Nova, 500 cubic inches, a small block Chevy underneath the hood of that machine. Nitrous assisted, the turbocharged Camaro of Kurt Thompson still running with leaf springs as the rear suspension for that machine. And Kurt either has this thing hooked up or it blows the tires off. There's pretty much no in between for Kurt Thompson. But when this thing does run, it runs a number here as the Outlaw 275 guys. The tuners really having their work cut out for them with the hotter track conditions than what these cars normally run in. Normally running in the late afternoon, early evening hours, is J.R. Lazick purging the nitrous system on the 63 Chevy. Again, the car that was out of California, formerly ran in the Pacific Street Car Association. As both drivers getting brought into the staging beams, getting ready to flick on that top bulb for Outlaw 275, presented by MDA Fabrication. Thompson flickering on the top bulb. Lazick in. Thompson building up the boost, waiting to go in, using up all of his time. And he will get timed out. Lazick with a free pass into the final round as Kurt Thompson times out staging in the Camaro. Again, as soon as one of the competitors lights the bottom bulb in pre-stage, you only get about, I believe, 7 seconds, the allotted time to stage, and Kurt Thompson getting timed out on the starting line. So Thompson not even having the chance to leave the line to try and run down Lazick. Lazick off the throttle early, a 575 with a 2 at 85 miles an hour, but he's going to go into the final round as Kurt Thompson's car will get pushed back and towed down the return lane. We should also make a note that you can drive your golf cart or tow vehicle down the turn lane, but the return lane, but please do not walk down the return lane as Kurt Thompson's car will get pushed back. And we'll get ready to see who J.R. Lazick will face in the final round of Outlaw 275. All right, second half of the semifinals rolling into the water box. Tower side, Jordan Brandon from Lethbridge, his 2000 Chevy Camaro. And in the far side, another generation of Camaro. 84 Chevy Camaro for Adam Berard out of Red Deer in the Battle of Alberta. So Jordan Brandon in his Camaro, punching out Rick McLeod's Dart in round number 2 competition earlier this morning. And Adam Berard in the Camaro, taking out one of the heavy hitters in the Outlaw 275 division, Neil Richards in Richards' Mercury Zephyr in round number 2 competition. As both drivers getting backed up into their tire tracks after the burnout. Again, the crew member helping to signal to get those drivers backed up into the tracks they just laid down. From the burnout is Berard getting ready to be brought into the staging beams. Jordan Brandon getting brought back from his burnout. Again, qualifying for these guys coming up a little bit later on. We'll have some test hits after this for the rest of the Outlaw 275 field, and then we'll have limited street eliminations as well coming up. Their semifinals from the rain-delayed first race of the season. Adam Berard first into the beams in the white trash Chevy Camaro. Jordan Brandon building up the boost. He's in. Who's going to go to the finals? We're about to find out. Little bit of a pedal fest. Berard is going to get to the line first. 486 with a 1, 146 miles an hour, 763 with a 4 at 50 miles an hour. Jordan Brandon losing traction early on in his run, and Adam Berard will punch his ticket into the final round from Red Deer, the driver from Red Deer, as we move on into limited street semi-final competition. So looks like just waiting for Adam Berard and Jordan Brandon to clear the top end of the racetrack. Looks like Adam's car coming to a stop there at the top end. So holding the semifinals here in limited street. Chris McGraw up against Vanessa Richards in the first pairing in the semis. So Jordan Brandon off the track. Adam Berard cleared off of the racetrack. So we should get the signal to fire him up in the water box. And yes, we are good to go here again. Limited street semifinal competition for the West Coast Outlaws. Chris McGraw, his 1990 Mustang with a turbocharged LS motor underneath of the hood. Vanessa Richards, the Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts Titanium Autogroup Ford Mustang, 1989 Ford Mustang. An all Fox-bodied matchup. Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Vanessa, I believe, former limited street champion, purging the nitrous on her Mustang that she calls Hawaii 5-0. Chris McGraw driving the car that he calls Flipper, Tower side of the racetrack in the TCS lane. McGraw getting ready to pull her into the staging beams. Richards still purging the nitrous on her Mustang. And we will see who goes into the finals again here in limited street. After this, we'll have some test hits coming up from some of the limited street and Outlaw 275 competitors. So Vanessa Richards getting brought into the beams, and both drivers will get ready to stage up in the battle of the Fox bodies. Richards flicking on the pre-stage bulb. McGraw guiding his car in, getting ready to build up the boost. Richards in, McGraw in. Richards gets the jump and will get to the top end first. 545, 128 miles an hour, defeats a losing 569 with an 8 at 126 miles an hour for McGraw. McGraw with the reaction time advantage, but Richards able to drive around him when it counts. So Vanessa Richards will move on into the final round of limited street as we get ready for the second semi-final pairing. And on the tower side, TCS lane, Justin Gibson, his 1988 Fox-bodied Mustang. Justin, a frequent competitor out here at Mission Raceway Park, up against Rob Monroe in his 1969 Acadian, the SD Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions sponsored machine. Gibson off the starting line first and to the finish line first. 584 with an 8, 116 miles an hour to a losing 629 with a 6 at 107 miles an hour for Rob Monroe. So Justin Gibson will face Vanessa Richards in the finals for limited street for their first race of the season, again delayed by rain, as we roll into some test pass here for Outlaw 275. Once again, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Tez Sanga in the TCS lane in his 1988 Mustang. Far side of the racetrack, the Nova out of Washington State. No driver info on that vehicle quite yet, as they'll get ready to bring that machine into the beams. Again, limited street and Outlaw 275 heads up class with a pro tree, meaning the 3 ambers flash on simultaneously instead of the sportsman tree. Sanga blinking off, rolls through the beams. The Nova will bump in, so Sanga will not get a time. Nova on a strong pass, sideways, big time, saves it somehow, but that thing got wicked loose at the 330-foot mark, and the driver way up on the wheel, getting that thing saved, up on 2 wheels at one point, but great save for the driver. The Nova 530 with a 602.69 miles an hour. Tez Sanga rolling through the beams and not getting a time in the Mustang in the TCS lane. Quick check of the track there at the 330-foot mark. Looks like the safety team, starting line team, making their way back to the starting line itself. So we'll get ready to head on here into the next test pass for Outlaw 275 as well as Limited Street. All right, here we go with the next runs here for test hits. Limited Street competitor John Lee out of Surrey in the 1989 Fox body. John completing his burnout over on the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Justin Collin from Calgary, Alberta. His 1983 Fox body Mustang, sponsored by Gen 3 Speed, On Point, Extreme Engines, and BAS. Justin running in the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 division with his 632 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power plant under the hood. This is the first weekend for that combo for Justin's car. And Justin has actually had this car since high school. Of course, it's had quite a bit of improvement since those early high school days, as John Lee, tower side, getting ready to bring it into the stage and beams. Again, one of the Limited Street competitors here as we go through with some tests and tunes for the radial guys. Justin Collins lighten up the rear tires. John Lee will get to the top end first. 658 with a 102 miles an hour. So Justin Collins clicking it off early again after some aggressive tire shake just at the 60-foot mark, as we'll get ready for our next pair. Rob Fisher, tower side of the racetrack from Maple Ridge, BC, his 2003 Cobra Mustang. And Trevor Mulder, far side of the racetrack, out of Alberta, the Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, Selkirk Auto Body, Fox-bodied Mustang. And two competitors in the Outlaw 275 division getting ready to make a hit here in the heat of the day ahead of their first qualifying session coming up later on this evening, as these guys will have to race in similar conditions to this in eliminations starting tomorrow for the Outlaw 275 division, as Rob Fisher will get ready to bring her into the pre-stage beams, now fully staged, waiting on Trevor Mulder to bring in his Mustang. Mulder turning the top bulb off and pretty much doing a second burnout right off of the hit is Rob Fisher, 573 with an 126.90 miles an hour for his Mustang. We'll get to the top end first. And off song 11-12 with a 3 for Trevor Mulder. We'll have him searching for ways to find some traction out here in the heat in his Mustang. Chris Gould, far side of the racetrack, Spruce Grove, Alberta. And John Cuglietta in the TCS lane in the Mustang that he calls Balboa 2004 Mustang that just got built in the off-season for Outlaw 275 competition. Chris Gould, a 2001 Ford Mustang for the folks at CT Automotive and Diesel Engines. Cuglietta still trying to find the tune on this Mustang, laying down a solid pass last time out. Is Cuglietta, former runner in the Outlaw 10.5 division, and a S10 pickup that he has since sold. Chris Gould at the first race of the season, having some mechanical dramas, not making the call for round number 1 of competition. As both drivers, crew members backing away as we get ready for Cuglietta and Gould. Chris Gould up into tire smoke, but John Cuglietta figuring out how to get down the racetrack in the heat. 468 with a 3 at 160 miles an hour for John Cuglietta. All right, next pair up, Neil Richards, tower side, TCS lane, Edmonton, Alberta. The Cream Dream 1979 Mercury Zephyr getting punched out in round number 2 of eliminations for the rainout makeup race. As over in the far side of the racetrack, that is Pat Hearn, the Angry Bird Ford Mustang, one of the limited streets competitors is Neil Richards and Pat Hearn getting ready to take on the 8th mile. Richards up into tire smoke. Hearn, solid launch and a solid run from the Mustang. 585 at 125 miles an hour at the top end. Neil Richards waltzes his way up into tire smoke. 954 with a 1 at 81 miles an hour for the Zephyr, as Larry Yampolsky gets ready to bring up his Chevy Malibu to the start line. Larry sponsored by JS Power Sports, Diversified Metal, KR Auto Clinic, and the Titanium Autogroup. Larry's been dabbling in Outlaw 275 competition here for the last few years. So Larry Yampolsky, the final test and tune car before we roll into Winter Harbor and RV Canada West Doorslammer action. Their second qualifying run. Decent light for Yampolsky, a 570 at 132 miles an hour for Larry Yampolsky. As we roll into Canada West Doorslammer qualifying action, turn things back to Nolan.
So you might recall one of these drivers having a bit of an off-road excursion. I think Adam de Jong has learned that these cars do not double as rally racers, but the good news is that whatever issues was going on in that car with the brakes, they appeared to have been rectified as the Artex and TDS Chevy is back on the racetrack. He'll be going up against James Kennedy in the Blueberry Grand Am. .005 light for Adam de Jong. James Kennedy trying to get there first, and he does. 7.628 at 179 miles an hour. That will bring up the next pairing of Blake Miller and Andy Hatton. And while we have a brief downtime while they touch up the starting line, I want to remind some of the folks out there that there is VIP food available until 4 o'clock. So if you have tickets that would allow for that, you can come on up to the 3rd floor of the timing tower. There is VIP food that will be available until 4 p.m. Blake Miller out of Victoria going to be racing in the Searles Auto Repair 1967 Chevy Camaro. Was due to go up against the Grinch, but it looks like that will no longer be the case. Looks to be a solid pass from Blake Miller. 8.651 at 156 miles an hour. Bring up the 2008 Pontiac GTO driven by Ken Orser. Sponsored by TCS on the car. And Andy Hatton has gotten himself resorted. He'll be pulling back to the staging beams. It will be a double for this next pass in the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers, with today's race being sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. Hatton is pre-stage, just waiting on Orser. $16,000's on the tree for Orser. Gets there first. 7.454, 188 miles an hour. That is not an improvement on the time he set in his first qualifying hit, so he remains in the number 6 spot for now. Andy Hatton just making it in as well, 8.621. Sees him in the number 23 qualifying spot. Here's Doug Hesch, currently our number 2 qualifier in the 2004 Cavalier. His best time so far is 6.892 at 177. He'll go up against Paul Soares in the 95 Grand Prix. Out at 8.008. Currently sitting 14th on the qualifying sheets. .006 on the tree for Paul Soares, but Hesch already out in front by the time they get to the end. A little bit of smoke from Doug Hesch, but he seems like it's all dandy. Hesch will improve a 6.797. Not enough for the number 1 spot set by Greg Field. Paul Soares stays 14th. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. No box. You are on standby. No box. This is your standby call. Bring it up, Kathy Freeborn to the number 21 qualifying spot with an 8.562 in her Comox Valley Bobcat Camaro Z28 from 1970, going up against Otto Schultz, the number 8 qualifier, 7.514 in his Georgia Straight Collision Rondex Associated Tire Next Gen Urine Odlum Brown and Lordco 2005 Cavalier out of Black Creek, BC. And Otto Schultz, I think, shuts it off. Well, I think that car might still be running, but problems on the start line. Kathy Freeborn puts down an 8.576, will not improve on her number 21 qualifying spot. And I think Otto Schultz may have actually had issues on the starting line. They're going to be pushing him back out of the staging beam. It sounds like the car has gotten reignited. And he is not going to be getting the second hit after all. So just want to make the call that you are not allowed to be standing or spectating from the Lordco bridge that moves over our staging lanes. That is not a spectating place. It is a matter of safety. We would request that if you are milling around, that you please vacate that bridge immediately. Peter Lacanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette going up against Derek Shirk in the Titanium Bel Air. 2 green bulbs, 002 on the tree for Lacanis. Derek Shirk, top end, 7.129, does improve on the number 4 spot. Peter Lacanis will also improve by just 0.02 of a second. So while both drivers improved on the times, nobody will be actually moving up in the qualifying boards. John West in the 1957 Chevy Bel Air out of Port Alberni going up against Howie Winklehorst out of Abbotsford. John West sponsored by Kingsley Trucking and JNL Drive-In. Winklehorst is fully staged and West is off as well. John West is able to improve 6.925 on the previously 6.962. Winklehorst was an 8.312. He will not improve. John West stays in the number 3 spot. And that brings up Poe Freeborn in the Comox Valley Bobcat. 1967 Shelby Mustang going up against Kerry Young out of Port Alberni and the Young's Mechanical 2003 Chevrolet S10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Excuse me. No box, we are calling you back to the staging lanes. No box, we need you back to the staging lanes. And this means that box, you are on standby. So non-electronics, we reach down to the staging lanes. And electronics, we are going to have you on standby. Once again, there is no standing or spectating on the Lordco Bridge. If you are currently watching from the bridge, you need to move right away, please. It is a matter of safety. Henry Zacharias going up against Rod LeClaire from the Paradise Homes Camaro and the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette. Two green lights, Rod LeClaire out in front. Does not improve on the number 25 qualifying spot, and neither does Henry Zacharias. Both those drivers were made number 9 and number 3, respectively. Oh, actually, excuse me, Rod LeClaire has improved at 6.878. That puts him number 3. And Grant Howell deep stages, and so Howell does deep stage. That would be a disqualification in eliminations, but it's similar to a red light in qualifying. It doesn't necessarily matter so much as long as you get a good ET there. Bringing up Dave Warren out of Cloverdale in the Blue Max Bel Air, going up against Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines 2002 Cavalier. Warren has not made a hit so far in Doorslammers. Stretch sits as the number 6 qualifier. 0.15 to an 0.20 light. Paul Stretch will improve by just 1,000th of a second, so negligible difference. Dave Warren at 8.187. That will put him number 16 on the qualifying boards. Then here is your number 1 qualifier, Greg Feel in the active Corrado 1969 Opel GT, also sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo. Going up against Mark Schuppenen in the sealed Power Wicks Filters Lumina out of West Kelowna. Now, Schuppenen didn't manage to get a qualifying hit the last time. His car broke and started leaking in the water box after his burnout. And Greg Feel having problems. So Greg Feel having problems, can't get the car into reverse to back it up for a second hit. So that will bring on Mark Schuppener, I've just been corrected. So Greg Feel will not get a qualifying hit, could not get that car put into reverse, and that will leave Schuppener on a solo pass, Lordco side. Gets off the line this time with a 008 light. And at the quarter mile, it's an 8.347 at 163 miles an hour. That will put him the number 19 qualifier spot. I think that would be a contender for best burnout of the day so far from John DeYoung of the Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions Camaro Lordco side as he burned that thing almost all the way out to the 330 foot. He'll go up against Dale Jansen of the 1966 Acadia and Canso. Now, Jansen sits as the number 13 qualifying spot with a 7.812 at 175 miles an hour. So far, the only drivers that have broken into the 6.7 second bracket have been Greg Feel and Doug Hesch. Expect for DeYoung to be easily getting into at least the 6.8 second bracket. Has the potential to get into the 6.6s. It was a very rare occasion you see him go that quick, but he is one of the only drivers that is of contention for Greg Feel when it comes to total ET. He would have to beat a 6.722 at 215 miles an hour if he wants to get to the number 1 qualifying spot, and he has one chance to do it. 003 for John DeYoung. 032 for Dale Jansen. Top end says 6.904 at 201 miles an hour. John DeYoung did get a little out of shape and moved over to the left a little bit before the 8th mile, but that will be good enough for the number 4 qualifying spot nonetheless. Bring up Devin Jensen out of Armstrong in the 1970 Nova. .012 on the tree for Jensen, and at the quarter mile, that'll be an 8.8 or 5.89 at 152 miles an hour. That will not be enough to improve on the number 24 qualifying spot he currently holds. So this pair of door slammers in the water box is Jason Field and Brian Ritchie. Now these two drivers both have Ritchie Racing engines on their cars, and they were due to have their final on the June 4th and 5th weekend. That did end up getting rained out on the Sunday. We were not able to get that final in on the Saturday night. The rain came just as they were approaching the water box, but now they will have the chance to settle that final from almost a month ago at this point. Jason Field dialed in an 825 with Brian Ritchie at 797. This is to determine the Canada West Doorslammers final from that race that got rained out back on June 4th. 2 green bulbs, Ritchie running down, Jason Field closing at the 1,000 foot. Field still in front. A breakout for Brian Ritchie, though, gives it to Jason Field, who will win the Canada West Doorslammers round all the way back from June 4th and 5th. Ritchie went 7.963 on the 797 dial, breaking out by just 7 thousandths of a second. So congratulations to Jason Field, but he's got another battle coming on up tonight. Bring it up, Jan Christensen in the 2016 Chevrolet Camaro out of Langley. That is a pro stock race car. He typically runs in the Canada West Doorslammers category, but he is not going to be racing with them today. Might be just down to make a few test hits, but this is, again, one of those cars that is easily capable of 180, 190 mile an hour passes. Looking like a solid pass for Christensen in the Pro Stock Camaro. 7.125 at 190 miles an hour. So I think that will wrap up then the next round of qualifying for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Also sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travland RV. But of course, the big sponsor of this Friday is, of course, Total Dairy Solutions. One of a dairy farmer's biggest challenges can be gaining access to the cutting-edge expertise they need to keep their business cost-efficient despite increasing costs and regulatory restrictions. TDS provides that critical access. It's what they do. They have developed deep relationships with manufacturers, distributors, and service providers in the industry, everything from agricultural supply and feed production technology to process design and equipment installation. Utilizing their international network, they will find the right solution to ensure your operation thrives. TDS Global Solutions, local, the future of dairy farming starts with them. So once again, if Pro Mods are what you're here for, make your way on down to the fence at the 8th mile. Keith Karicki bringing it up first in the 1967 Shelby out of Kelowna. Karecki purging the nitrous in the Shelby Mustang. Solid launch, but we're wiggling around a little bit between the 330 and the 8th. Went 4.335 at 170 miles an hour at the 8th mile for a total 6.986 at 153 second mile an hour pass at the quarter mile. And that will bring up the 2016 Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro driven by Balooshi. burnout complete for Khalid Balooshi. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to be calling box to lanes 5 and 6. Electronics, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. 604 Street Legit, you are on standby. 604 Street Legit, you're on standby. Electronics to lanes 5 and 6. Just waiting on the Camaro to bump his way into the staging beams. Balooshi gets set for another hit. Solid opening launch. Pulls the chute of the 8th mile. 3.780 at 197 miles an hour. I think that's one of our first sub 4-second passes in Pro Mod we've had so far throughout the Door Wars event. And of course, as the temperatures drop, there is the potential for that to get even quicker. And that will bring up Justin Bond, local racer out of Mission. Also with the Bahrain 1 Racing logo on the side. Shakes up the tires right out of the gate, but gets the foot right back down. 4.46 at 171 miles an hour. Considering the tire shake, that still isn't a very bad hit at all for Justin Bond.
So as Justin Bond makes his way off the top end, John DeYoung will be up next in the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro, another one of the West Coast Pro Modified contenders, getting ready to make a test hit ahead of their evening qualifying sessions. To kick things off here for Door Wars, saw John already up with Canada West Doorslammers, making a run in qualifying. John pulling double duty this weekend with the West Coast Pro Modifieds as well as the Canada West Doorslammers. John's son Adam also in competition. John DeYoung, healthy burnout from the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro as he'll get ready to back that machine up. New combination this weekend for John. He's had this big cubic inch nitrous motor in the car before, but on small tires, the Outlaw 10.5 setup. First time with big tires on this car. They had the big tires on the car at the Street Cars Super Nationals in Las Vegas last November, but with a smaller 630 cubic inch nitrous motor. Now this one, over 900 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power plant poking out from underneath the hood of John DeYoung's machine as he backs up from the burnout. Getting direction again for the crew member to try and back up into those nice sticky tire tracks that he laid down. Total Dairy Solutions, Artex Racing's, JBS Equipment, the sponsors on this machine. John also sponsoring numerous racers out here, as well as Justin Bond's Bahrain 1 racing team out here this weekend. And of course, you saw Khalid, Balooshi, and Justin making hits before. John DeYoung rolling up to the line, the driver who's been racing here at Mission Raceway Park since 2015 in the Camaro that son Adam now drives in the Canada West Doorslammer division. As John DeYoung will purge the nitrous system and get ready to bring that machine into the staging beams. Fourth Pro Mod that we've seen make a test hit here. Keith Korecki kicking off the Pro Mod test hits in that 67 Shelby, laying down a 4-second pass. And Khalid Balooshi, the only one of these cars so far into the 3-second zone. DeYoung's been having problems getting this car to hook up. He's had soft launches, and then the power seems like it comes on and kicks up the front end, and John has to click it off as that car has gone to the right, to the left, but everything but straight so far this weekend. John DeYoung bumping it into the pre-stage beam, getting ready to light that bottom bulb. We'll see what John DeYoung can do in the Pro Mod Camaro. Another soft launch, but John's going to stay in it all the way to the 8th mile mark before dumping the laundry. 417 with an 8, 182 miles an hour for John DeYoung. Again, a 417 with an 8, 182 miles an hour for John DeYoung. 687 with a 9, 143 miles an hour, the quarter mile time and speed with the chutes out early as we get ready for some more test and tune hits from the no-box competitors. Coming up next. So, no-box competitors coming up to the starting line now. Bill Wells, Towers side for Mission, the TNT Auto Parts 1979 Chevy Malibu in the TCS lane. Arthur Limpright out of Langley in the 82 Monte Carlo in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Well, test hits continuing. Mal Patterson with a big wheel stand for the malfunction 68 Acadian. Andy Ansel from Lac La Hache in the 65 Ford F100 909 with 128 miles an hour the speed for the F100. Mal Patterson out of Maple Ridge running a 10.26 with a 131.48 miles an hour. So we get ready for the next runs here in Bubba's Speed Shop, no box. Chevy Vega getting ready to make a run in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Strong launch from the Vega. Wheels up as it charges down the Titanium Autogroup strip. 041 red, but again in test and tune, that not making a difference. Off the gas early to a 10.66 with a 190.81 miles an hour for the Chevy Vega. Kim Cornish in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 1977 Mustang 2 Tower side of the racetrack. No information on the driver of the Chevy Nova. But Kim, a regular out here at Mission Raceway Park in the Clark Freightways Ford Mustang. Both drivers pre-staged, waiting to bring them into the beams and get ready for a trip down the strip. Nova going 005 red, 015 light for Cornish as they'll get to the top end, and the Mustang will get there first, 1136, 116 miles an hour. And 1165 with a 4 for the Nova. Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge, BC, his 1989 Ford Mustang, tower side of the racetrack. Far lane in the 64 Ford Falcon, Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, the Falcon Fast Falcon. Dustin Hunter leaving line first in the Falcon, and looks like he's going to get to the finish line first. The Falcon Fast Ford 895, 149 miles an hour, coupled with a 009 light. Bobby Ehlers in the Mustang at 1054 with a 126 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy, tower side, TCS lane, his 1962 Chevy 2, the red Chevelle, far side of the racetrack, has an 1126 dial in. We'll see if they can match that here in test and tune competition for Bubba's Speed Shop non-electronics. $10.99 with a 7, 124 miles an hour for Daryl Tippy. 056 light. The Chevelle going 031 red, 1132 with a 2, 117 miles an hour. The speed over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Coming up next, Kevin McCauley out of Maple Ridge, the 83 Olds Cutlass. Paul Fode in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in his beautiful 1967 Camaro. Fode off the starting line first, 072 reaction time for the Camaro, and he will get to the finish line first as well. 1079 with an 8, 125 miles an hour. Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass, an 1195 with a 5, 109.59 miles an hour. Reese Piccarello, tower side in the TCS lane from Maple Ridge in the 1955 Chevy, up against Darren Bird out of Sydney on the island in his 68 Nova. Wheels up launch from both cars as they'll make their way down to the top end. Piccarello in the 55 Chevy that he calls Dark Knight, getting to the finish line second behind Darren Burt. Burt running a 988 with a 7, 133.78 miles an hour. And Reese Piccarello in the Chevy, the 55 Shoebox, 10.284, 130 miles an hour. Dave Yoon, tower side in his Malibu, switching it up from his regular 96 Camaro, far side of the racetrack. Hever Hornell in the 2003 Sonoma Yoon goes red, 004 red. As a matter of fact, Heather Hornell, all green in her lane, 144 light for the S10. She'll get down to the top end first, 1168, 114 miles an hour. Yoon in the Malibu at 1198 with a 6, 108 miles an hour for the driver in the TCS lane. Brian Hefnell staged up, ready to go. His 71 Vega Del Northgraves and his Ritchie Racing Engine 77 Nova. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Heffel goes red, 038 red. 999 with an 8, 136 miles an hour for Brian Heffel in the Vega. Del Northgraves in the Nova, 1070 with a 0 at 124 miles an hour. Lorenz Shorts, Lordco Auto, or rather the TCS lane, Towers side, the Titanium Autogroup, Bubba Speed Shop 83 Chevy Monte Carlo, fresh off of a $10,000 win at Edmonton in bracket racing competition last weekend up against Ian McIntyre in his 2011 BMW in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Waiting on Swartz to bump the Monty into the beams. Lorenz Short's reaction time advantage for the Monte Carlo, and he'll get to the top end first with a 1080 with a 6 off the gas early, 95 miles an hour the speed for the Monte Carlo. Ian McIntyre in the BMW at 13.245 at 102 miles an hour. Tony Mendonca, far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane, and the Ford Maverick. No driver info on the Chevy Blazer in the TCS lane, Towers side, 053 light for the Blazer. Top end, the Maverick will drive around the Blazer. Tony Mendonca, a 11.24 with a 4, 117 miles an hour, and 11.66 with a 1 at 113.99 miles an hour, the speed for the Blazer in the Tower side. S10 pickup in the TCS lane, far side of the racetrack. Mark Probin out of Vernon in his Probin Motors 1966 Nova. Getting ready to make a hit. .604 Street Legit. We need you guys in 1 and 2, and juniors on standby. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street, presented by JBS Equipment. You guys are on standby. Ollie S10 getting off the line first, and looks like it's going to hold on to get to the finish line first. A 1081 with a 4, 124 miles an hour. An 1165 with a 0, 115 miles an hour for Mike Probin in the 66 Nova. Two regulars who know how to get it done here at Mission Raceway Park. Jim Banky, Tower side, getting yet another perfect reaction time mug on his first run of the day in the Rad Torque Systems Barracuda. Far side of the racetrack, Chris Stone from right here in Mission, the Stone Cold Racing, Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor, Marina and RV, Titanium Autogroup, Dodge Dart. Banky, 023 in the tree, 019 light for Stone, and it'll be a side-by-side drag race to the top end. And it looks like Jim Banky's going to squeak out the win at the stripe. 10.06 with a 7, 132 miles an hour for Banky. 10.08 with a 5, 131 miles an hour for Chris Stone. Moving on in now to Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics. Nick Angelucci, Tower side, is 78 Malibu. Far side of the racetrack, Steve McKenzie, his 1986 Chevy Cavalier. Both drivers going red. Angelucci 005 red, 074 for McKenzie, a 920 at 145 miles an hour. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane, taking out a 1096 with a 2 at 123 miles an hour. on the TCS side of the racetrack. Brody Shirt, Tower Side out of Langley, BC. The Titanium Autogroup, Bubba's Speed Shop, 67 Nova. Lordco Auto Parts Lane, another one of our Vancouver Island competitors. From Shawnigan Lake, Ted Buss, the Shawnigan Trucking 34 Ford. Brody's Shirt, part of the extensive Titanium Auto Group team out here at the Titanium Auto Group strip at Mission Raceway Park. Ted Buss, regular runner with the South Island Straightliners Association at West Shore Motorsports Park in the island. .007 red for Ted Buss and the 34 Ford 033 light for Brody Shirt. He's going to get to the stripe second, but if that was eliminations, he'd be your winner by virtue of the red light. 906 with a 2 at 149 miles an hour for Brody Shirk. 906 with a 4 for Ted Buss, so only 0.02 of a second separating those two cars at the stripe. The Quality Time Racing Duster Tower Side from Powell River in the TCS lane up against Jan Christensen back behind the wheel of the El Gringo 1967 Chevy Nova, the Preston Chevrolet sponsored machine. 006 red for the Duster. 011 light for Christensen. Christensen will get to the top end with an 859, 157.81 miles an hour, a 1092 with an 130 miles an hour for the Duster, trying to run on the Super Street Index of a 1090. Irene Cocatello, tower side of the racetrack, up against Kelly Voss in the dragster on the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Irene rolling through the beams, but still will get a time, spitting and sputtering some problems in the TCS lane. Kelly Voss in the dragster, no problems in that lane, an 890 at 147.63 miles an hour. 890 with a 0 for Kelly Voss. Final call for 604 Street Legit competitors to get the lanes 1 and 2. Final call for 604 Street Legit to lanes 1 and 2. Cam Shantz out of Prince Rupert, BC. The Shantz Enterprises 1927 Ford Roadster, 604 cubic inches of Chevy power. It looks like Kelly Voss is still at the top end of the racetrack, stuck out there in the dragster, so the cars at the starting line will get the signal to shut her down for the moment so that they can get Kelly moved off of the top end. It looks like Kelly is clear now in the dragster, so Cam Shantz and Herman Chan will get the signal to fire back up. Shantz's 27 Ford and Chan's 67 Camaro, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Fittingly, in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for Herman Chan. Both drivers staged. Tree comes down. Both red, 033 red. In the TCS lane, 041 red for Chan. Cam Shantz, a 935 with a 7, 148.49 miles an hour for Cam Shantz. And Herman Chan getting out of it early with a 16.648 at 67 miles an hour for the Camaro as we get ready for our next pair here in Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics. So Wes Hendricks, tower side out of Heffley Creek, BC, his 1968 Ford Falcon up against Scott Yeramenko from Saskatoon in his 67 Acadian Canso. Strong launch for Yeramenko, but he'll go double or 011 red and 804 at the top end for Yeramenko at 169 miles an hour for the runner out of Saskatoon. Wes Hendricks in the Falcon, a 1036 with a 9 at 129 miles an hour. How about a 003 light for Hendricks in the Falcon? Warren Jacobson, tower side in his 1967 Chevy 2. The Wally crank grinding machine, driver out of Abbotsford. And the JS Power Sports Rad Torque Systems top dragster, far side of the racetrack, making its first hit of the weekend. The dragster long gone, 005 red on the tree, 671, 202.33 miles an hour for the dragster. And Warren Jacobson trying to run on the NHRA Super Street Index, a 1091 with a 0 at 136 miles an hour on the TCS lane. Clint Dolovica, tower side of the racetrack, his 1967 Camaro from Terrace, BC. And the far side, the winner of the electronics class last year here at Door Wars, Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack in the dragster. JS Power Sports, JBS Equipment, Rad Torque Systems, the sponsor for Emily with a 582 cubic inch Sunset Racing Engines power plant between the frame rails of her all-black dragster. And Clint Dolovica out of Terrace, regular competitor at the Terrace facility, the drag strip that they have, 8th mile strip at their airport. As Dolovica getting ready to bump into the staging beams, and Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, waiting on her to bring the dragster to flicker on that bottom bulb. .009 light for Dolovica, 020 light for Gerard. She'll get to the top end first. 758 with a 5 for Emily Gerard at 177.65 miles an hour. Dolovica, a 908 with a 2, 154.03 miles an hour for the 67 Camaro. Ryan Johnson, tower side, the Investors Group, 63 split window Corvette. Up against Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, the JBS Equipment, JBS Power Sports 27 Roadster. Solid lights from both of them, 013 TCS lane, 016 to the Lordco Auto Parts lane to the finish line. It will be Ryan Johnson with an 835 with a 5, 166 miles an hour. Mike Robinson in the 27 Roadster, a 920 with a 2 at 141.55 miles an hour. All right, so again, we'll make the call for junior dragsters to lane number 2. That's junior lightning to lane 2, junior street to lane 3, and junior thunder to lane 1. And then the finalists only for Outlaw 275 and limited street, you guys will be to lanes 5 and 6. As Tom Turan on board his GSXR Suzuki, getting to the finish line first with a 987.9, 155 miles an hour. And Matt Smith will be up next in his 2018 Suzuki out of Merritt, one of the Pro Modified bikes, getting ready to roll into the water box next. So again, Junior Thunder, we need you in lane 1. Junior Lightning to lane 2. Junior Street to lane 3. And Outlaw 275 finalists, as well as Limited Street finalists. Only we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. So Matt Smith, problems with the Pro Modified motorcycle. The 2018 Suzuki will get pushed out of the water box, and we'll have our first pair coming up to the line for some test hits from the folks at 604 Street Legit. Don Murray, tower side, in his Barracuda. Up against Rob Monroe and his wicked supercharged 1931 Model A small block Chevy power for Monroe. And of course, you got to have a Hemi underneath the hood of the Hemi Barracuda of Don Murray. 604 Street Legit, usually a part of the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal series. And of course, all street legal cars eligible in 604 Street Legit. As Don Murray staged up and ready to go, waiting on Rob Monroe to come into the beams. Tree comes down. Pro Tree for 604 Street Legit as opposed to the Sportsman Tree. Murray off the line first. The Model A, though, is going to get to the finish line first. 904 at 146 miles an hour for Rob Monroe in the Model A. 917 with a 147 miles an hour for Don Murray in the Barracuda. Brad Thomas up next out of Squamish, his 2019 Ford Mustang. Thomas from Squamish. A little bit of tires shake off the line, pedals his way to the quarter mile, a 969 with a 160 miles an hour for Brad Thomas. Matt Blake in his wild 1994 Cherokee having some problems at the starting line and being motioned to continue his run. He backed out of the staging beams, so Matt Blake putting the Cherokee on the rear bumper as he heads down to the top end. Of course, those numbers are going to be a little bit skewered because he set off and then backed out of the beam. So at 22.09, 95 miles an hour for the Jeep Cherokee, which, again, went through the beams, kind of started the timing system a little bit early, and that's why that ET was a little bit messed up at the top end. Security Paving, Matt Black would like to thank for the folks with the Cherokee as we'll get ready for our next classes to head up for some test and tune runs. So Matt Smith in the Pro Mod motorcycle, the 2018 Suzuki, the rider out of Merritt, had some problems, pulled that bike off to the side. Him and the crew fiddled with something on the bike, and magically it works again. So Matt Smith into the beams and ready for a trip, hopefully into the 6-second zone. Front wheel is up, sets down at the 330-foot cone, top end of the racetrack, 691 with an 8, 194 miles an hour for Matt Smith out of Merritt. So the early 50s Chevy truck making a test hit. Reaction time, nothing to brag home about. Top end of the racetrack, 1010, 111 miles an hour. So an early shut-off there for the primer black 50s Chevy pickup. As we can continue, easy for me to say, continue on with a few more test hits here for Door Wars on the Friday. Looks like we got the junior dragsters lined up, getting ready to go for a few test hits. Again, JBS Equipment, the field's the limit, sponsoring the Junior Dragster Shootout this weekend in the Junior Lightning and Junior Thunder categories. Also have Junior Street competitors in competition this weekend. So all part of the Door Wars 10 lineup here presented by the Titanium Autogroup. You can head to the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information. You can also visit buzzspeedshop.ca. Bubba's Speed Shop bringing us the electronics, or rather the non-electronics class for the weekend here at Door Wars. Vancouver Car Wraps bringing us the electronics division here for the weekend. Attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 15-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 15-minute standby call. And when we need you in the lanes, you'll be in 3, 4, 5, and 6. But again, this is your 15-minute standby call for Canada West Doorslammers. So Junior Dragster is back up at the line here for their test hits ahead of their first qualifying sessions coming up tomorrow for the JBS Equipment Junior Shootout. April Bond in the Lordco Auto Parts lane from Mission, the JBS Equipment machine. Of course, April's dad, Justin Bond. And Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack in the TCS lane. Hunter's dad, Justin Gallant, a competitor in Outlaw 275. April Bond going red on the tree. Hunter Gallant. Nice reaction time for Hunter, 0:27 light. And to the 8th mile, 10:71 with a 3 for April Bond, a 12:28 with a 2 for Hunter Gallant, the driver out of Chilliwack. CMW Race Cars, BDL Autos, Super Steve's Tire, tuned by Duda Machine. Again, getting to the stripe second, but again, if that was in eliminations, the red light would mean that Hunter will move on to the next round of eliminations. Coming up next, McKenna Thompson in the Lordco Auto Parts lane from Mission, the JBS Equipment-sponsored machine. And Nick Bond, April's brother in the JBS Equipment-sponsored machine in the TCS lane. Nick Bond already with eight or so more trophies in his drag racing career than I have already, as he gets ready to bring his machine into the beams with help from Dad Justin. McKenna Thompson, far side of the racetrack, the two drivers from right here in Mission. Next generation of drag racers.
Solid light for Nick Bond, goes 002. It was 087 for McKenna Thompson. At the 8th, Nick Bond gets there first, 8.929 at 73 miles an hour. Thompson was a 10.527 at 62 miles an hour. That brings up Jackson Dew, sponsored by both JBS and good old Grandpa, with Emily White also out of Mission in the Pioneer, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Walco Junior Dragster spectator side. Alana Everett put down a 16.276 in the Bubba Speed Shop machine, and that will bring up the next pairing of Cadence Rodrigue and Nate Green. Cadence Rodrigue was at 12.008 at 50 miles an hour. Nate Green had a 12.935 at 45 miles an hour. That brings up Wesley Armstrong out of Chilliwack and Alex Green out of Mission. Alex Green, sponsored by JBS Equipment and Papa Roach, same as Nate Green. Wesley Armstrong, sporting the BD Diesel Badass Garage, Lordco Auto Parts, and Tubbo Towels on his machine. Armstrong deep staged, but is off and away on a green light. And Alex Green gets there first, 14.210 to Armstrong's 14.033. It's actually a pretty close race, that one right there. Only 5 thousandths of a second separate them at the top end. Adam and Ashton Katnick, both sponsored by TK Performance, and both racers out of Maple Ridge. Some good old sibling rivalry this, as both drivers are off on green lights. We'll be seeing Aiden Katnick up before long, I imagine, in Junior Lightning. Adam got there first, 8.954, 73 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick only good enough for a 13.9. And just as I mentioned, Junior Lightning, here they come, kicking it off with Colton Morin. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your second call to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your second call to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for first round of eliminations. Bring up Lincoln Shirk in the Mike Boss Jr. Dragster, also sponsored by the Titanium Autogroup, Rad Torque, JS Power Sports, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, and of course, good old Dad. Going up against Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake in the Straight Line Race Cars machine for B&D lift trucks. CL Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing and Titanium Auto Groups will be going up against Aiden Katnick for TK Performance. CL Gagnon, a multi-time winner and previous Junior Lightning champion in the NHRA Summit ET Series. Going to be trying to pick up yet one more win for Door Wars 10. Obviously, all of that will be coming in tomorrow's qualifying and elimination runs for the junior dragster categories. That'll wrap it up for JBS Equipment Junior Dragsters for their last test hit, and we'll move into Peanut Industries Junior Street for their next round of testing runs. Cody Blues on a licensing pass went 9.284 at 76 miles an hour in the Antle towing 95 Camaro. Operator Richard Peterson out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, on the 2016 Chevy Silverado, also sponsored by Pro Power Management. Stitches by Shireen and Naughty Nans.
All right, getting some track prep here before we roll into the finals from the rain-delayed event for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Adam Berard and J.R. Lazick, your final round competitors. After that, we will have elimination round 1 for the Canada West Doorslammers, Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. Their first elimination round from their rain-delayed event earlier on this year, as rain has been biting a few events that we've had here at Mission Raceway Park over the course of the 2022 season. Then we'll have a little bit of downtime there, but at 5:30, the Hard Knocks Stunt Show will kick off the Friday night qualifying program here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, the stunt show happening at 5:30. So even though we'll have a tiny bit of downtime, don't go too far, because the Hard Knocks Stunt Show will kick things off, and then we'll roll off with the rest of tonight's qualifying and eliminations program here for the Friday of Door Wars, presented by the Titanium Autogroup. So Cody Plews, again making a licensing pass here in junior street competition, his 1995 Camaro from 108 Mile House, the Antle Towing sponsored machine. 413 light for the Camaro, and again, junior street, the next step up from the junior dragster division, the junior lightning division, 936, 76 miles an hour at the 8th mile for Cody Plews. So still a tiny bit more track prep to do, then we'll get ready for Outlaw 275 to come on up for their rain-delayed final round from earlier on in June. Again, it's track prep here wrapping up. We're getting close to being done. A few more passes by the tractors. You can make your way over to the half-track snack shack as well as the pro shop and pick up your official Door Wars 10 t-shirt here. Again, that is in the pro shop right across from the half-track snack shack. Attention in the pits. Pat Hearn, your pulley is at the safety exit. Pat Hearn, your pulley is at the safety exit. All right, your Outlaw 275 finals, the rained out finals from back on, I believe, June 4th and 5th. Rolling into the water box now, Adam Berard versus J.R. Lazick. Lazick, Lordco Auto Parts Lane, the 1963 Nova with a 500 cubic inch small block Chevy, nitrous assisted, versus Adam Berard, the turbocharged 1984 Camaro in the TCS side of the racetrack. Berard from Red Deer, Alberta. J.R. Lazick from Rutland in the Okanagan. As Lazick, former Door Wars winner, we'll see if he can repeat as a Door Wars winner tomorrow for the Outlaw 275 gang. They will have qualifying hits for Door Wars coming up later on this evening, but of course first to settle the finals from the first race of the MDA Fabrication West Coast Outlaws Series here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Autogroup strip, as Adam Berard punching out Neil Richards in round number 2 competition. Then Jordan Brandon to get into the finals. Both drivers pre-stage waiting on him to come into the beams. Berard in last. And Berard up into tire shake. Jordan Lazick, J.R. Lazick, no problems. 461, 153 miles an hour. And J.R. Lazick brings home the first win of the Outlaw 275 season for the driver out of Rutland. So Lazick, your winner in the Lordco Auto Parts Lane, as we'll go to Limited Street final round action coming up next. Burnouts completed for Justin Gibson in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. His 1988 Fox-bodied Mustang. Justin from Surrey. Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna. The Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts Titanium Autogroup Kelowna GM. Ford Mustang, 1989 Ford Mustang for Vanessa Richards. Richards purging the nitrous in the TCS side of the racetrack as she'll get ready to move into the staging beams and face up against Justin Gibson. Again, the battle of the two blue Fox-bodied Mustangs, 1 year difference between the two cars. Vanessa Richards calls her car for Hawaii 5-0, and Justin Gibson in the car that he calls Hollywood, his 88 Fox-body Mustang. Gibson already pre-staged, waiting on Richards to come in. Gibson immediately turning on that bottom bulb. Richards now in. Strong launch from both cars. It'll be to the top end to decide this one. Close drag race, and it is Vanessa Richards in the TCS side of the racetrack. By 0.03 of a second at the stripe, Vanessa Richards gets the win over Justin Gibson. Richards at 541, 128 miles an hour. Gibson with the starting line advantage, an 057 to a 118. But Gibson's 550 with a 9, unable to hold off Richards with that 541. So Vanessa Richards will get the win in the finals for the first limited street race of the 2022 season here at Mission Raceway Park. Tom Heaton up next. He's going to do a test and tune hit in his Chevy Beretta Pro Mod. Tom ahead and the driver out of Alberta again. Tom and his wife owning Elite Belts, supplying a few racers with the safety harnesses, let alone Tom, of course, using and owning, advertising his own product as he'll back up from his burnout in that Beretta, which has been a fixture of Pro Mod racing here on the West Coast for quite a few years. A driver from Alberta, making the tow once again to Door Wars. So it looks like after Tom makes a hit, we'll have round one eliminations for Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers competition. They had a rain-out race that they are making up as well. So they had their 2 qualifying runs earlier on in the day. Again, they'll be coming up with eliminations after this. But Tom ahead, getting ready to make a pass in the Elite's Belt Beretta, purging the nitrous system as Tom's wife will get ready to bring her husband into the beams in that machine. And of course, West Coast Pro Modifieds will be up for their first qualifying runs later on this evening at around, I believe, 7 o'clock is when we have it scheduled, as Tom Hayden getting ready for a trip down the strip. He's been in the 430 range ET-wise, around 170 miles an hour on his last few test hits. So Mahedin lighting that top bulb. Here comes the Beretta. Nice reaction time. 002 on the tree. Mahedin a 441 with an 165 miles an hour. Of course, getting off of it early before the quarter mile. 751 with a 128 miles an hour off the gas early. So again, 441 with an 165 miles an hour. The 8th.
Dairy farmers keep their business cost efficient by providing extremely critical access, including helping to design and build milking facilities around your styles of production, ensuring a seamless, efficient system with customized reporting and the ultimate in-cow comfort, as well as from a new cooling system to parlor automation. They can help your facility to significantly increase milk production and extend the life expectancy of your cattle. Whether it's project management, ongoing maintenance, or emergency repairs, the response team is ready to help keep your operation running smoothly 24/7. Artex Racing is supported by Total Dairy Solutions, and the future of dairy begins right with them. So, first round of eliminations in the Winter Harbor and Marina RV Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. Rolling in to the water box. Started off with Devin Jansen out of Armstrong, BC, in the Nova, going up against Otto Schultz in the 2005 Cavalier. Jansen will have about a 1-second head start. Dialed in at 8:57, Otto Schultz at 7:53. Both drivers leaving on green bulbs, but Schulte with a problem right out of the gate. Schulte had Jansen beat by 300ths on the tree, but the car shook the tires, and then he let off the throttle. He'll coast through. Devin Jansen gets a free pass into round 2 of eliminations. Paul soars at an 8.01 in the 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix, sponsored by Unlimited Rentals, Bear Creek Cont, and Timeline Signs. Will be going up against Doug Hesch in the 1984 Cavalier. Now, we've talked about a lot of drivers that have been coming on out from Alberta. How about Hesch making the trip all the way out from Regina, Saskatchewan? So traveling almost half the continent to race here with us tonight, which, hey, glad that you were able to make the journey out here. We are happy to have you on board. Hesch has been our number 2 qualifier, dialed in at a 678. His fastest time so far has been a 6.797 at 204 miles an hour. Paul Soares will have about a 1.25 seconds head start on him. Both drivers away on the green this time. No problems out of the gate. Hesch running down, soars and gets there, makes the pass. Doug Hesch will move on. Paul Soares will have to wait. 6.78 with a 0 on the 678 dial. That was an absolutely flawless run. You cannot get better than that. Short of a trip zip, but the 027 on the tree will make that just fine. 27th out total package. As we bring up Peter Lacanis out of Coquitlam for the Transporters Logistics Corvette, dialed in at 857, going up against James Kennedy's Blueberry 2004 Pontiac Grand Am out of Langley, dialed in at 763. Another pair of green bulbs. Kennedy chasing down Lacanis. Breaks out at the top end by just 3 thousandths of a second, when 762 with a 7 on the 763 dial. Lacanis will move on to round number 2. Burnouts complete for Kerry Young out of Port Alberni and the Young's Mechanical S10, going up against Ken Orser's TCS GTO out of Abbotsford. Young dialed in at an 842, has the 1 second head start over Ken Orser, who's checked in at a 741. Young is pre-staged, so is Orser. Young bumps it in first. Oh, red light for Ken Orser and shakes the tires up as a result. Kerry Young will move on. 4/10 of a second red for Ken Orser. That means he went as soon as the triple yellow bulbs came on. Couldn't even wait for the green. That brings up Blake Miller out of Victoria in the Searles Auto Repair Camaro, going up against Dale Jansen in the 66 Acadian Canso out of Armstrong. 864 TCS side, 785 Lordco side. Oh, Blake Miller. 009 red on the tree. Dale Jensen will move on. Tough break for the Searles Auto Repair Camaro. He'll have to try again later on in the weekend. As we set up your number 5 qualifier, John West out of Port Alberni in the Kingsley Trucking Machine to go up against Howie Winklehorst in the Bel Air. Dialed in at 832. Winklehorst, Lordco side, will be leaving first. Dialed at 832. John West at a 692. So West will no doubt be ripping Howie Winklehorst down towards that quarter mile. There goes West, chasing down the Bel Air. Can he get there at the quarter mile? No, he can't. Howie Winklehorst will move on, outlasts John West, your number 5 qualifier. Winklehorst moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, this is a very quick standby call. Electronics, you are on a quick standby call. Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier out of 2002, going up against Adam DeYoung in the Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions 67 Chevy. Gonna correct myself on the electronic standby call. You can stand down. It's non-electronics that are on the short standby call. So non-electronics, you are on a short standby call. Adam DeYoung breaks it in first. He took a visit to the gravel trap earlier, but he has recovered nicely. Trying to see what he can do, if he can outlast Paul Stretch. Both drivers away on green bulbs, nearly identical on the tree. This is for the quarter mile. Oh, Adam DeYoung breaks out, went 8.40 on the 842 dial. Paul Stretch will move to round number 2. That brings up Greg Field, number 1 qualifier, put down a 6.722 at 215 miles an hour. Dialed in a 662 in the active Care Auto 69 Opel GT. Also sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo. He'll face off against Brian Ritchie, who put down a 7.972 in the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle out of Poco. Field goes red, and Brian Ritchie moves on. Field had finally had to go his way in qualifying, but too eager getting out of the gate. Brian Ritchie moves on to round 2. That brings up the Grinch, driven by Andy Hatton. Sponsored by the Titanium Autogroup and Bubba Speed Shop. Dialed in at 862. Going up against Grant Howell in the Chevrolet, and problems for Grant Howell. The car stalled trying to reverse, and now he's going to keep reversing. So it looks like it was a very brief stall out, but he has rectified it. Back behind the staging beams. Grant Howell breaks out at the tree, goes red by just 1/1000th of a second. Andy Hatton moves on to round 2. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. No box. If you want to make another test hit tonight, you can. You can come on down to lanes 5 and 6, but this will be your last test hit on the night. And box, you are going to be on standby, but your next call will be for your final test pass of the night. Rod Leclerc, the number 3 qualifier out of Victoria for Paradise Homes in the Camaro, going up against Dave Warren's Blue Max Bel Air. 818 Lordco side to a 675 for Leclerc. Dave Warren breaks out on the tree. Grant Howell had been 001. Dave Warren to 002. Lots of red light breakouts in the opening round of Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers in their opening round of eliminations of the weekend. Bring it up for Jason Field and the Lil Overkill Nova, already a winner. Won the final earlier today as they wrapped up the race that was rained out on June 4th. Looking to defend his win this weekend at Door Wars. He'll pair up against John DeYoung, your number 4 qualifier. That car that John runs, easily capable of passing the 690 bracket. He's dialed in at 692. Jason Field with an 825. And Jason Field left too early. Went before the tree was ready. John DeYoung, free pass as Jason Field broke the tree, will not get a time. Tough break for Jason Field. Not off to a good start with his victory defense, but he will have the opportunity to have another qualifying hit before the night is over. Well, we'll get the chance to do that tomorrow, I should say, as we are going to be wrapping up this round of eliminations today. Derek Scher completed the burnout in the Titanium Autogroup Bel Air for Bubba Speed Shop and JS Performance. It dialed in at 712 with the number 6 qualifying spot. Mark Schuppener in the number 20 spot was out of West Kelowna for Seal Power Wix filters in the 1995 Lumina. Schuppener pre-staged, waiting on Shirk. Both drivers pre-staged and wanted to get bumped in quickly, it would seem. Schuppener goes double 03 red on the tree, ticking on the win light for Derek Shirk. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Kimberly Johnkind, you are being paged to the base of the timing tower. Kimberly Johnkind, we need you to the bottom of the timing tower as soon as possible, please. Thank you. As Poe Freeborn gets set to put the Shelby Mustang back into play. Was due to be racing against Paul Debris Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake in the straight line race cars Valiant, but Debris Jr. not able to make the call, making this a competition single and a free pass for Poe Freeborn. Henry Zacharias in the 1953 Corvette TCSI dialed in at 761, and Kathy Freeborn out of Courtney for the Comox Valley Bobcat Camaro Z28 with an 855. Two green lights. This is a race for the quarter mile. Henry Zacharias had Freeborn bested on the tree by 2/10 and will take the win as a result as Freeborn breaks out by 0.06 of a second. Although it would not have mattered, that race was won on the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Electronics, we need you now to lanes 3 and 4. This will be for your final test pass on the afternoon. If you want to make a test pass, you need to do it now. You will not be getting a chance, most likely, later on tonight. Scott Grant down to the TCS side, just going to be making a bit of a test hit. I believe that has wrapped up the first round of the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions.
Glenn Martin leaving the line on a licensing run in his Chevy Vega, tower side. Is Glenn making his way down the strip. 039 red for Glenn Martin. Top end 1205 with a 571 miles an hour for Glenn in the Vega. All right, up next, Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in it's Falcon Fast Ford Falcon, a 1964 Ford Falcon, 557 cubic inches of Ford power plant. Under, I would say, the hood, but Dustin doesn't have a hood on his Falcon. Up against the Blazer, far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane. Dustin Hunter, strong launch and 042 lights for the Falcon, taking it down the TCS lane, and we'll get to the stripe into the 8-second bracket at an 893 with a 6 at 150 miles an hour, 12.03, 6 at 105 miles an hour for the Blazer. So Dave Young in the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Surrey in the Malibu. TCS side of the racetrack, that red S10. And the S10 will get to the top end first here as we continue test hits for Bubba's Speed Shop non-electronics. S10, 1057 with a 6, 126 miles an hour. Dave Hugan, 1203 with a 1, 107 miles an hour for the Malibu and the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge, BC, his 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang up against Kim Cornish out of Mission in her 1977 Mustang. Ehlers, strong launch from the Fox body. An 037 light to an 044, top end of the racetrack. 1054 with an 8, 125 miles an hour for Ehlers, and 1140 with a 1 for Kim Cornish at 116 miles an hour. All right, out on track, Darren Burt out of Sydney in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The 68 Chevy Nova gets to the finish line first, 994, 135 miles an hour. The owner of the white Lexus ME002N sitting just shy of the Lordco Auto Parts bridge. We need you to move that vehicle immediately. Again, the white Lexus with the flashers on, license plate ME002N. You need to move your vehicle immediately or we will do it for you. Andy Antle out of Locklahash, BC, and the Antle towing 65 Ford F100, getting to the stripe with an 892 at 145 miles an hour. Russell Jeffrey in the 66 Nova, 931 with a 148 miles an hour for the driver out of Coquitlam. Chris Stone, Tower Side, multi-time Pro Class champion here at Mission Raceway Park, up against Jim Banky. Banky wheels up in the Rad Torque Systems Barracuda. Chris Stone in the Dart, even on the tree, top end of the racetrack. The win goes to Jim Banky, 10:05 with a 132 miles an hour, even though it is in testing. These guys like to line up next to each other all the time and get some grudge matches in. Chris Stone, 10:10 with a 230 miles an hour for the Dodge Dart. Ian McIntyre on a single in his 2011 BMW. Staged up, ready to go. Tree comes down. 679 light for McIntyre in the TCS lane. McIntyre will get to the top end with a 1355 in the BMW, 101.70 miles an hour. Tony Mendonca behind the wheel of his 1973 Ford Maverick. Rolling up the window on the driver's side, as again, all windows have to be rolled up here in competition, up against Lorenz Schwartz in the 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo for the Titanium Autogroup and Bubba's Speed Shop in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. .604 Street Legit, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. .604 Street Legit to lanes 1 and 2. Both lanes red, 002 red for Mendonca in the Maverick, 019 red for Schwartz. Top end of the racetrack, Schwartz will get to the stripe first, 1019 with a 0 at 132 miles an hour, and 1118 with a 5 at 117 miles an hour for Tony in the Maverick. So again, Street Legit, .604 Street Legit, lanes 1 and 2. Heather Hornell behind the wheel of her 2003 Sonoma up against Daryl Tippy in the 62 Chevy 2. Tippy going red in the Chevy 2. Again, not mattering so much in test and tune. 1074 for Tippy at 124 miles an hour and 1163 of the 1 at 115 miles an hour for Heather Hornell at Occultus Lake. Paul Fote in the 67 Camaro out of Surrey in the TCS lane, being told to back out of the stage and beams. Looks like Rock Oster out of Mission in his 49 Chevy pickup will get a single. Ostra's strongest launch that we've seen from that machine so far. He will get to the top end in the Lordco Auto Parts lane with a 1007, 103 miles an hour. Looks like just a tiny bit of fluid being put down by Paul Fode's Camaro. You can see the starting line crew going to work, trying to clean some of that up. They can see some of the smoke rising from the top end of the racetrack. That is the Hard Knocks stunt team practicing for their stunt show that will be coming up at around 5:30 this evening. And of course, they have quite the show planned, some drifting as well as different driving exhibitions planned to show off their car control skills as well as their professional stunt skills. That will be coming up a little bit later on in the program. Just ahead of qualifying for all the main classes, again, the Hard Knocks Stunt Show coming up at around 5:30. So Paul Fote, unfortunately, being told to take her down the return road in the 67 Chevy Camaro as we get ready for our next pair here in Test and Tune for Bubba's Speed Shop non-electronics testing. Kevin McCauley, tower side, in his 1983 Cutlass, and the Jeep Cherokee back up for another hit after having some problems the first go around. Stood it up on the rear bumper in the Cherokee. Leave Matt Black behind the wheel of the Cherokee. Lurching it into the beams. Backing out of the beams almost is Kevin McCauley in, and a big wheel stand from the Cherokee. 038 red for McCauley, 448 light for the Cherokee, but the Jeep is going to get there first after getting some serious hang time. 1083 with a 0 at 98 miles an hour, 657 with a 3 to the 8th at 109 miles an hour, Noel.
Now that's what we call a sleeper car, Cole. I mean, that I did not see that kind of a wheel stand coming in the slightest. Nick Angelucci out of Agassiz going to be coming on up in the 1978 Malibu, going up against Wes Hendricks out of Heffley Creek, BC, in the 1968 Ford Falcon. Both drivers go red on the tree. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 604 Street Legit, this is your final call. 604 Street Legit, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Steve McKenzie lurching a little bit with that burnout in the 1986 Cavalier. With Kelly Voss going up in the hardtail dragster over on the Lordco side. Voss goes 028 red. Gets there first, 8.862 at 148 miles an hour. McKenzie with a 9.051 at 146 miles per hour. That will bring up Ted Buss out of Shawnigan, BC for Shawnigan Trucking in the Roadster, going up against Warren Jacobson in the Wally Crane Grinding 67 Chevy 2. We continue to work our way through Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics Test and Tune. Bus checks out of the top end, 9.043 at 144 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson with a 10.887 at 136 miles an hour. Dan Parsons in the quality racing machine going up against Clint Delavecchia. Dan Parson running often in the super street categories during official NHRA events, dialed in usually in the 1090s, and sure enough, 10.942 for Dan Parsons. Herman Chan having problems on his run. Tower side, lifts off the gas. Mike Robinson goes through a 9.189 at 141 miles an hour in the JBS and JS Power Sports Roadster. Emily Gerard bringing up the dragster once again, going up against Cam Shantz out of Prince Rupert, BC. The Shantz ENT Roadster, Lordco side. Shantz is 017 red. Emily Gerard has just taken off though in the dragster. Quarter mile will be 7.599 at 177 miles an hour. And that brings up Scott Yaremko out of Saskatoon on a single pass in the Acadian Cancel. .022 on the tree for the Link Rental Studio One BBJ 5-star ABS competition, laser auto body, RWH Motorsports, and Hub Auto transmissions. Acadian Canso out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. 8.034 at 170 miles an hour for Scott Yaremko. Tommy Gunn's Barbershop Chevrolet Corvette from 1963. Going to be making another test hit. On and off the throttle for Eric Horvath, just like the last time he came down, and like the last time again, he is going to be shutting that off shy of the 8th mile and will coast through the top end. Hasn't been able to get that car really dialed up so far, but who knows? Hopefully we'll be able to get back to it later on. So doing some test hits for 604 Street Legit. Starting it off with Dom Murray, back up to the staging beams. Going against Real Picariello out of Maple Ridge. Murray off and away, 9.19 at 147 miles an hour. Picariello goes 10.211 at 130. Bringing up for Raj Kaul in the Black Widow 1961 Honda Civic. I'm 99% sure that is one of the only front-wheel drive cars that we have on the property at the moment that's actually in competition. He'll go up against Rob Monroe in the 1931 Model A. Now that Model A really can pop those wheels up for a fairly long time. I've seen him sometimes do it past the 60 foot, so we'll see what happens on this test hit here. Cal really struggling to get on the power consistently. Rob Monroe ticks in an 8.984 at 146 miles an hour. Bit of smoke flying out from under that machine as he gets closer to the 8th mile. Doesn't look like he's been dropping anything, so it looks like they're going to let that slide. Now, Chris Weens and Tom Turan, the Monster versus the Kraken.
I love it.
These two guys love to race against each other. They are usually regulars for Friday Night Street Legals. Weens gets a 2,000th of a second red light, while Tom Turan legs it out to the quarter mile, 8.642, 155 miles an hour. Weens puts down a 9.112 at 152 miles an hour. We move out of 604 Street Legit and move into pro modified motorcycles. These bikes capable of hitting speeds of 180 plus miles an hour. And it'll be Legolant bringing it up straight out of Mission in the Hayabusa machine. And not quite the run that he was hoping for. Definitely not the run that he had hoped for the first time either. Shuts it off prior to the half-track mark. That will roll Richard Love into the water box. And folks, you're going to want to stick around, because while we might be taking a break in the racing, the Hard Knocks stunt team are going to be taking over for the time being, and we will be back to qualifying at 6 o'clock p.m. Richard Love puts down an 11.130 at 114 miles an hour, and now that will bring up the last car before we let the stunt guys take over. Brad Thomas out of Squamish in the 2019 Ford Mustang. Reaction time to forget about, but a fairly solid pass. 8.754 at 162 miles an hour. That'll wrap it up for cars on the drag strip for the time being, but once again, don't go anywhere because you're about to be treated to some mighty fine car handling skills.
Sure thing, Nolan. The Hard Knocks Stunt Show just a few minutes away from kicking off down here on the strip, the return road, just about any other piece of real estate other than the drag strip itself, pretty much. So make sure to get yourself a seat for the Hard Knocks Stunt Show. It'll be coming up in just a few minutes, and then after that, we'll roll off into Door Slammer eliminations, followed by a little bit of track prep and qualifying, kicking off for the rest of our feature classes here on Friday of Door Wars 10, presented by the Titanium Autogroup. So again, the Hard Knocks Stunt Team, just a few minutes away from kicking off their show.
All right, everybody, we are 10 minutes away from starting our Drift Team demo at the start of the drag strip. Grab your drinks and come on down and take a seat, and you'll see the Drift Team with the Hard Knocks Drift Demo Team rock and roll.
Thank you, and yeah, James, as you're making your way down to the top end of the drag strip, you might want to pass the stunt, say hello to Jasper and Melissa. They're going to be at our merchandising stall. You can pick up some Stunts Canada t-shirts there and make a donation to young Richard Thomas. He's 5 years old and he's making a name for himself. All three are members of the West Coast Karting Club. Your donation will get you a Lightning McQueen cap.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Here we go, everybody. Minutes away to the stunt demo team demo.
That's right, James. I can see our stunt cars are coming in now.
All right, welcome everybody to the DOORWARZ Hard Knock Stunt Demo Extravaganza. Tonight, we have the drift team coming in to rev those engines and burn some rubber. Watch at the top of the drag strip to see our talented drifters scream around the watch bridge pillars.
Well, that does sound exciting. But first, let's introduce our drivers. We've got Alex Steins, Mitch McGarvey, Gaston Morrison, Chase, and legendary Rick Pierce.
As soon as we get this area clear, guys, we will prepare to let them loose. We want to thank our action coordinator, Arlana, for keeping this team in line and in check. And of course, the track marshals, Kevin, Gina, Anika, Dave, Jasper, and Janine for making sure our play area is safe for our drivers. Let's remind everyone, once we get this show going, please stay out of the beginning of the drift track.
Thank you for your patience. We are seconds away, seconds away.
Everybody, here begins the drifting show. Woo! Now these guys make this look easy, but I can guarantee you it is not easy. Crashes do happen, but let's keep our hands together saying they will not tonight.
That's right, James. These guys practice all the time, so accidents do happen, but they dial it in, they dial it in. So just watch them, watch and learn.
Oh, there goes Hard Knocks right there himself.
Oh, Smokey!
Oh, there's our Australian Chase ripping around. Keeping it a little down under.
that's close. So James, what exactly is drifting?
Well, drifting is keeping that car moving at non-stop with never keeping traction.
It's a deliberate loss of traction of the rear wheels while oversteering the front. So if you watch, if you're taking a right-hand corner, you're going to be oversteering or turning the front wheels to the left.
So that's go left to turn right.
Yeah, something like that. I have no idea. I'm just watching these guys.
All right, look at this. We got 3 in a row. This is where it gets more difficult.
A little bit of debris.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Nice.
And give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Drifting for your pleasure.
Woohoo! Okay, so we're going to be introducing our drivers. We've got Alex Steins. Alex Steins in the white BMW. He's a local stuntman and drifter, likes long burnouts on the beach. Alex is actually a competitive breakdancer for like 15 years, but now teaches mixed martial arts and head spins and wheel spins, are right at home with that. Mitch McGarvey, driver in the film industry since 2016, a valuable member of BC's Film Transport Department, drifting since 2017. He's a member of the Dark Lotus Drift Team. He goes by the code, if it has wheels and a motor, I can probably operate it.
And there's our drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a hand, give them a hand. Coming on out for your pleasure. We have from the right, we've got Mitch, and then Rick, and then Chase, and Gaston. Hard Knocks himself, and finally, we've got Alex Steins in the end. Good work, team.
I have to give a shout out to these guys. So legendary Rick Pierce there, second from the end in the BMW. He has over 150 credits as a stunt performer and coordinator. He's a cornerstone of the Canadian film industry. He also owns and runs the Real Stunt Driving School. Go online and sign up for a whole range of stunt driving skills.
And tune in tomorrow for more stunt driving action.
You're actually, James, I think we've got a bigger show tomorrow. So we're going to be doing some stunt driving, some drifting up this end, and also some stunts at the opposite end of the track. So watch out for that. And there'll also be the opportunity to do a ride along. So you'll get a chance to ride along in the car with the driver.
Attention the pits, Canada West Doorslammers, half an hour standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, half an hour standby call before we need you guys in the lanes. All right, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers, 15-minute standby call, 15-minute standby call before we need you guys into the lanes. Again, Canada West Doorslammers, 15-minute standby call. All right, down here with John DeYoung. John is going to be busy this weekend pulling double duty in the Canada West Doorslammers as well as in West Coast Pro Modified action. John, you have to be excited with all the activity that you're going to be doing on track here coming up this weekend.
Yeah, it's a real joy to be here, actually. We're really proud of Mission Raceways, and weather's going to behave with us this weekend. So, yeah, we're going to be running Doorslammers as doubleheader. So we're going to run Friday and then again on Sunday. And our good friends Justin and Khalid are here, as we all know. So we're going to try to put some licks against those guys and see how that all goes.
Now with, you mentioned Justin with your Canada West Doorslammer. This is actually Justin's old race car.
This one here is, yeah, this is the car I run in Doorslammers. So Justin built this car in 2016. So him and Ryan from RH were partners and in the Pro Mod and NHRA as well. And Justin and I've worked together for 25 years. So he was 17 years old when we started working together. So he's like my little brother, right? And I'm really proud of what he's done. So he built this car and I bought this from him, and this thing is really fun. This thing runs 670s, 680s depending on the weather. So it's typically a #1 qualifier in Doorslammers. The car repeats, so Justin and Ryan did an amazing job building this car, and it repeats like any other bracket car that's out there, and if we can just get a driver in there that knew what he was doing, it'd be fun.
Now with the Total Dairy Solutions team, you have a third car as well. Your son Adam moved up from junior dragsters into another 68 Camaro. What's it been like racing with your son and having that experience as well?
I have to tell the truth?
Go ahead.
No, you know what? Junior dragster program is absolutely amazing, and you can really see it's flourishing here. Adam's really done a good job mentoring the kids in the junior program. We were in Edmonton last week at the TNT Big Buck Bracket race at the Oil City deal, and Adam's out there with the kids as well. I'm really proud of him. He's done a really, really good job. So he jumped in the car that I started racing in 2015, and he had 16 hits in Edmonton last weekend, and we averaged out his light, and it was 11. So on the tree, he's better than the old man is, actually, and I'm actually not too bad. So learning how to drive the top end, but lots of comments. He's really 17 years old now, really learning how to focus and drive that car, and that car, it's incredible as well. He fits in real good, so I'm super proud of him.
Well, John, best of luck this weekend, and maybe you will see you in victory lane in both classes.
That's the plan, otherwise I wouldn't be here.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to lanes 4, 5, and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, you're needed in lanes 4, 5, and 6 for round 2 of eliminations.
Justin Ostlin, we have your RBC card up here in the tower. Justin Ostlin, we have your RBC card up here in the tower. You can claim it at the second floor of the timing tower.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, you are on standby. Outlaw 275, this is your standby call. So we roll into Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers for their second round of eliminations. With the first pair underneath the water box, First pairing up will be Kerry Young, dialed in at 842 out of Port Alberni, and the Young's Mechanical Chevy S10 going up against Brian Ritchie's Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle, dialed in at 795 for the driver out of Poco, BC. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rod Leclerc, you are needed in the staging lanes immediately. Rod Leclerc, you are needed in the staging lanes. Your class is running now. If you're not in the lanes, you better get down there. Two green bulbs at the start line. Ritchie trying to chase down Young. Double breakout, give it to Kerry Young. Kerry Young, the lesser offender, and Kerry Young moves on to the quarterfinals. That brings up Derek Shirk in the Titanium Bel Air, all sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop and JS Performance, going up against Andy Hatton in the Grinch Camaro. Another pair of green bulbs and a little bit of smoke, a lot of smoke being kicked up by Andy Hatton's machine from the right side. Breaks out of the top end. Derek Shirk will get a freebie to the next round. So we just have received word that the Badass Garage is on the property. You can find them over just across from the pro shop. They are selling balloons. You get with it a nice little car, as well as that. Not a real car, granted, but you do get like a model car, shall we say. And as well as that, all proceeds from those sales will go to the Junior Dragster Foundation. Peter Lacanis for the Transporters Logistics Corvette going up against Howie Winklehorst in the Chevelle. $857 to an $832. Drivers will be leaving only a couple of tenths apart. Wow. Well, I think I know who's going to win this one. Winklehorst was caught napping at the start line, and sure enough, Peter Lacanis goes through. A 4/10 of a second reaction time is not ideal. And I think that makes 2 now that has been handed to Lacanis on a silver platter today. And that will bring up the likes of Paul Stretch and Dale Jansen. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. We are calling you to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, make your way on down to the staging lanes. Limited Street, you're going to be on standby. Two green bulbs, one of them just about as good as you can get. Trip zip for Dale Jansen, nets him the win as Paul Stretch breaks out at the top end by good 0.04 of a second. But Dale Jansen with a 000 finds himself now with a pass to the finals. Not the finals, a pass to the next round. That'll bring up Henry Zacharias, dialed in at a 761. Going to be going up against John DeYoung, dialed in at a 702. Zacharias inventory limited Corvette will be taking it to the Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Two green lights. DeYoung closing on Zacharias. Zacharias stays in front. A double breakout, though, will hand Zacharias the win. Zacharias went under by just 1/100th of a second. John DeYoung went under by 2. Rod Leclerc out of Victoria for the Paradise Homes Camaro, going to be going up against Devin Jansen's Nova. Both drivers pre-stage, waiting on Leclerc to fully stage. And that is not at all how Devin Jansen wanted to go. Wheels went up. He came down hard. Rod Leclerc gets a free pass. 6.744 at 205 miles an hour. Tough break for Devin Jansen there. He had just made it into the field, and now he's going to have a rough ride ahead of him.
So the MRP starting line crew just trying to help Devin Jansen get his car back to the starting line. Looks like one more pair here in round number 2 of Canada West Doorslammer before we have a little bit of track prep ahead of round 1 of qualifying for Outlaw 275 presented by MDA Fabrication, followed by Limited Street, 604 Street Legit, then a little bit of track prep, and hopefully, fingers crossed, Pro Mods at 7 o'clock. So again, getting Devin Jansen's Nova pushed back to the starting line off the racetrack, and then as soon as that is done, we'll get underway with the final pair in round number 2 of eliminations for the makeup race for the Canada West Doorslammers. We're rolling on with track prep, followed by Outlaw 275, round number 1 of qualifying.
To be a pair. Poe Freeborn for the Comox Valley Bobcat Shelby Mustang was due to be going up against Doug Hesch's Cavalier. But Hesch appears to have broken, not able to make it to the second round of eliminations. Freeborn will get a free pass, but the good news is that Hesch will get a second chance later on in the weekend to go for that win.
So Poe Freeborn in the Mustang goes down with a 748 with a 4 on his 747 dial. 183 miles an hour for the driver out of Courtney in the 67 Shelby Mustang here in Canada West Doorslammer competition. That is the last car in Canada West Doorslammers Elimination Round 2. So we'll have a little bit of track prep coming up here. And then Outlaw 275 coming up. Presented by MDA Fabrication. So a lot more drag racing action coming up, qualifying here for day number 1 of Door Wars at Mission Raceway Park. Door Wars 10 presented by the Titanium Autogroup. All right, down here with John Cuglietta, one of the Outlaw 275 competitors. John debuting this new Mustang here for the 2022 season. And we were just talking before you guys had your first race. It got cut a little bit short and still chasing the tune-up a little bit with the Mustang here at MRP.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some gremlins there. We figured out on the 12-hour drive home, which is good. So now we're confident going in this week in that I think we got it figured out. So now just do some maintenance and get ready to go, and yeah, we'll get it to it.
What are some of the challenges of getting a twin turbo, big horsepower setup like this to translate all that power through those little tiny tires in the back?
Well, a lot of seat time, and this is a new combo for me, a new setup. I used to have that truck, that S10 Pro Stock truck. So the small tire, the single turbo, it's a lot different with a radial tire now. So we're learning, but I've been around the sport long enough to hang around the right people and get the right tune-up, and just a matter of getting more seat time.
Now, with this car, tell us a little bit about it, because as we mentioned, new build here in the off-season that you guys are debuting here.
Yeah, well, I sold my truck in 2019 in Vegas. It was the last time we ran it, and then I had this car in the back burner to build, and I figured we'll go small tire racing and try that episode out, pardon me. And yeah, it's a whole new build. I bought the chassis somewhat complete in Edmonton and finished it off, and had some great people help me along the way. And it's a new curve, for sure.
Now, here at Door Wars, I think there's about roughly 20 Outlaw 275 cars here on the property. What's it going to be like with such a big field going into Saturday eliminations?
It's going to be great. I think it's fantastic. I'm happy, actually. There's more and more guys getting out, more local cars getting out. So we got more than 8 cars now. And when I was actually on the back end and watching Neil go, there was like 8, 9 cars. And now more and more guys are coming out. And actually a lot more big hitter cars coming out. So it's going to be a fast field. I mean, I think the top 10 cars are going to be 450s. And it's going to be it's a tuner race. It's going to be a driver's race, and trying to understand the racetrack.
Best of luck, John, and hopefully we'll see you in the winner's circle over there, but behind the grandstands here at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks very much, guys.
No worries.
Take care.
Again, while we have a little bit of downtime here, make sure to head on over to the Pro Shop. Door Wars 10 merchandise now on sale. You can get your Door Wars t-shirts, and also a few of the Pro Mod teams that I've seen and some of the other racers having merchandise as well for sale, t-shirts and the like, as well as some hero cards to give out down in the pit area. So when you're walking through the pits, if there is a little bit of downtime, make sure to check out each individual pit and see if anybody has any merchandise for sale to help support some of these racers coming out here for Door Wars 10. Again, presented by the Titanium Autogroup. For more information, head to the titaniumautogroup.ca, proud sponsor of the Titanium Autogroup Strip here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as Door Wars 10. All right, down here with Jordan Lazick, competing in Outlaw 275. And Jordan, you were in the finals of Door Wars last year in the Pro Mod category, but back solely to running a small tire setup this year. What's it been like just focusing on the one car for now for the 2022 season?
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's running this many cars, and I have, probably 10 customers here, so it's always hard to, do it all. So, yeah, we're going to focus on the small tire stuff and run the whole point series, so.
Now, you're saying last time out, the season opener for the West Coast Outlaw Series was the first time that this car has actually been on the clocks getting an AT slip, but you were down at South Georgia Motorsports Park at the start of the year for one of the Duck X production races. What was that like going down there and getting that experience where it's kind of radial tire heaven?
Yeah, big time. We've gone for a few years now to South Georgia, and it's definitely the elite people. We race the best of the best, so you get to learn a whole bunch more. The best tracks in the world. So yeah, it's huge. Coming back, putting the car on the clocks, not exactly what we wanted to do. I normally run the radial flyer that JS Power Sports is running this weekend. We didn't get all our cars done, so we're going to bring this one back, and it went good. Obviously, we were #1 qualifier. First time on these, let's call it our more moderate racetracks back home here. So it was good. So far, so good.
Now, we were just chatting before the interview kicked off here about the sun finally making an appearance here in BC, and it's going to make for some greasy track conditions early on in eliminations for you guys, as well as on Friday. You're going to be running eliminations from a rained-out race before. Doing some test hits today on Thursday when we're recording this interview. What are you guys going to try and gauge here with the track conditions being a little bit more slick?
Definitely. We got our guy. We're going to check track temp, pull the track, make sure we'll see where we're at. But yeah, you definitely got to pull them back, and you got to move some weight, and you got to do a few things to get these cars, down the racetrack on these little baby tires. So it's definitely going to be a little bit more interesting than when the sun's, hidden, or at night. Friday night qualifying is going to be a whole different ball game. We'll be moving weight forward and try to reset the track record, I guess.
Would always be good. Let's talk a little bit about the backup car, so to speak. It is nitrous assisted.
This one's small block Chevy, 2 systems, lightweight, a little bit different than, like you say, I'm normally running a turbo car, heavier car, a little bit different program.
And with Gen 3 speed and all the tuning that you're going to be doing, you mentioned the 10 customers. What's it like trying to balance all of their needs as well as your needs on race day?
Oh man, you'll see me running around crazy, backpack on, laptops out. So yeah, it's all right. We're here to, I want to help my customers as much as I want my car to go good too. So works out good. I got good guys that, respect my program, and then it's good. We got guys that actually we got to run our team car in E2 on Friday afternoon. So we'll see how that all pans out.
We'll look forward to it. Best of luck this weekend, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Attention to the pits. Last call for limited street competitors to make their way to the staging lanes. Last call for limited street competitors. And 604 Street Legit, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. 604 Street Legit, we need you to lanes 1 and 2 for your first qualifying session. Again, final call for limited street. All right, here we go. Outlaw 275, presented by MDA Fabrication, rolling up into the water box with the first pair of cars. As we continue on in the Door Wars program here on Friday night, Outlaw 275, their first qualifying hit of the evening for Door Wars. They had eliminations from a rained-out race leading up to qualifying throughout the day. J.R. Lazick taking the win in the first MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 race of the season, as they'll get the signal to wind them up and burn out of the water box. Lordco Auto Parts Lane, that is Adam Berard behind the wheel of his 1984 Chevy Camaro for White Trash Racing. In the TCS lane, the Towers side, that is Justin Collin out of Calgary, Alberta, the On Point Performance Gen 3 Speed 1983 Ford Mustang. And Justin has had this car since high school, obviously undergoing a few improvements since then, but Justin now with 632 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power plant underneath the hood of his Ford Mustang, his First time running that combo this weekend. They've been kind of hit or miss throughout test and tune passes as Justin purges the nitrous system. Getting a good view of that up in the Lordco Auto Parts big screen, as well as Lordco Auto Parts live stream, as well as Adam Berard's crew member getting ready to guide him into the beams. The turbocharged 1984 Camaro for Outlaw 275 qualifying. First pair getting ready to lay down a hit. We'll see what kind of numbers these drivers can put up. Track still a little bit hotter than these guys would like. Look for them to put down some stronger numbers as the track cools off. Colin is in, Berard in. Solid launches from the pair. Colin with the wheels up, top end of the racetrack. 464 with a 3, 159.37 miles an hour for Adam Berard. That's going to put him at the top. 474 with a 7, 154 miles an hour for Justin Collin in the Mustang. So 464 with a 3, the time to beat so far early on in Outlaw 275 qualifying. As your next pair rolls into the water box, Bob Cook in the 1993 Ford F-150 in the TCS lane. Mandy Brooks in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in her 1969 Chevy Nova, sponsored by MWH Trucking. Mandy out of Chilliwack. Bob Cook, LS power plant underneath the hood of the F-150 as Bob's made his first few hits here at Mission Raceway Park. Part of MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 competition. Mandy Brooks in the Nova. Capable of laying down some pretty solid numbers. One of the drivers that kind of hopes for the inconsistency in this class by just being consistent, not necessarily running big numbers in the Nova, as Bob Cook is pre-stage, building up the boost. Mandy Brooks bumping in now after Cook. Solid numbers so far for Brooks. Top end of the racetrack, 576 with a 9, 119 miles an hour for the Nova in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Bob Cook puts himself into the 4th spot with a 595 with a 1, 126 miles an hour. Brooks, her mile an hour down just a little bit at 119 miles an hour as you get a look at it on the Lucas Oil Instant Replay. The launch there from the start line cam as they follow the cars down to the 8th mile mark. Of course, heads up Pro Tree 8th mile racing for the Outlaw 275 guys, as well as limited street competitors. Next up, Burnout starting. Jason Gagnon in his 1970 Yanko Nova. He is sponsored by Angle Plug Racing, Gen 3 Speed, and JS Power Sports. Rick McLeod, Towerside TCS lane out of Vernon in his 1970 Dart. Gagnon, the turbocharged Nova, up against Rick McLeod's nitrous-assisted Dart, 589 cubic inches underneath the hood of the Dart. Rick, regular runner with the MDA Fabrication West Coast Outlaw Series, being brought into the beams as Jason Gagnon, who had some problems with his Nova earlier on in eliminations with rear end. They managed to repair that in between now, or that in between that earlier elimination round and qualifying. McLeod's in, waiting on Gagnon to bump in the Nova. Solid reaction time from Rick McLeod. That doesn't really matter so much in qualifying. 474 with a 0, 149 miles an hour for Rick McLeod in the Dart. 472 with a 3, 164.98 miles an hour for Jason Gagnon. That's going to put him in the 2nd spot with a 472 with a 3. Adam Berard still holding down to the top spot in his Camaro with a 464 with a 3. As again, getting a look at the margin of victory there in the Lucas Oil Instant Replay at the finish line cam. Next pair up and ready to go, just completing their burnouts. Chris Gould from Spruce Grove, Alberta, the CT Automotive Diesel 2001 Mustang in the TCS lane. Far side of the racetrack, Chris Brenton from Vancouver, Washington, in the 1963 Nova, one of the few American competitors to make their way from across the border. As Chris, one of his test hits, had that thing up on 2 wheels pointed at the wall, but managed to reel it back in. So Chris Brenton looking to put down a solid hit. And in testing last night, Brenton, one of the guys that could handle the heat with those small tires, 400 cubic inches of LS power plant underneath the hood of Chris Brenton's car with the turbo, is, I believe, Nick Duda helping to guide him into the staging beams. Chris Gould is already pre-staged. The 2 boosted machines building up said boost and ready to go. Little bit of tire shake, had to pedal, something flying off of Chris Brenton's machine up and over the wall. Looks like maybe one of the side windows out of the Nova. Brenton, 6th spot with a 483 with a 3, 482 with a 6 for Chris Gould in the Mustang as we get a shot. Yeah, it was one of the side windows coming out of the Nova on the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Fortunately, that blowing over the wall and safely into the grass at the side of the racetrack. Up next, out of Yarrow, BC, Dan Rodrigue, the Ken Specialty Automotive, West Star Trailer, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, Gibson Racing Transmissions, 1981 Chevy Malibu, 598 cubic inches, a big block Chevy with a whole lot of nitrous. In the TCS lane, far side of the racetrack, Tyler Stamler from Rocky View, Alberta, the On Point Performance, S10. I believe Tyler, a new competitor to Outlaw 10-5 Racing, as he'll be waiting to be brought into the beams as Daniel Rodrigue purging the nitrous system on the Malibu. Truly a family deal for the Rodrigue family. Daniel's daughter running in junior dragster as well, as Tyler Stamler's crew member bringing him into the beams. Now Rodrigue, done purging the nitrous system, will bring in the Malibu, he fittingly calls the Boo, into the beams. And Rodrigue, who I believe won Smokefire and Thunder last year in the Outlaw 275 category, and went to the final round of Door Wars in 2018. Final call for 604 Street Legit as we turn our attention back to the racetrack. Dan Rodrigue up against Tyler Stamler, round 1 of qualifying. Rodrigue carrying the front wheels. There's traction to be had, and a 465 at 156 miles an hour for Rodrigue. 631, 126.97 miles an hour. Rodrigue will slot into the number 2 spot in the Malibu with that 465. Tyler Stamler in the number 10 spot with a 631. So again, 604 Street Legit, your final call to lanes 1 and 2. 604 Street Legit, final call to lanes 1 and 2. Tez Sangha out of Surrey, BC in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the 1988 Mustang for Bubble Racing and JMS Racing. Larry Yampolsky from Langley, BC, JS Power Sports, Diversified Metal, KR Auto Clinic, and Titanium Autogroup, the sponsors for Larry Yampolsky. So looks like the red lights are on at the bottom of the tree. Looks like there might be something on the racetrack. So the starting line crew will run down and have a quick look, make sure that there is nothing on the racetrack just past the 8th mile mark.
Something tells me that would have something to do with that side window that we came flying off. That was the biggest chunk of debris, but it was not the only one. And in fact, there was. You just saw safety crew Steve Sikora pick something up. It's in his hand right now.
Yeah, I believe that was Chris Brenton in the Nova that had the side window come out of that machine on his way to a 483 with a 360 mile an hour pass. For Chris, again, Adam Berard currently at the top of the time charts in his Camaro with a 464 with a 359 miles an hour. Dan Rodrigue, an impressive pass in his Malibu, a 465 with a 1, putting him in the second spot. Jason Gagnon in the Nova in third, 472 with a 3. Rick McLeod, a 474 with a 0 in fourth. Justin Collin, a 474 with a 7 in fifth. Those top 5 cars currently in qualifying all locked right together, only separated by a few hundredths, as looks like the quad has returned. And Larry Yampolsky and Tez Sanga will get the signal to bring it on into the beams. Yampolsky leaving, Tez Sanga waiting to build up some boosts. Again, reaction time's not mattering so much in qualifying. Yampolsky 570 at 131 miles an hour. 636 with a 4 for Tez Sanga, 117 miles an hour for that machine. So Sanga slots into the number 12 spot. Yampolsky will go to the 8th spot with that 570 with an 8. Next pair in qualifying, completing their burnouts, Neil Richards in the TCS lane, celebrating Canada Day in style with the Canadian flag on the back for his burnout in the 1979 Mercury Zephyr. And Neil, former Door Wars champion, won the COVID edition of Door Wars in 2020. Also winning, I believe, back in 2017. Finalist in the first ever Door Wars in this car. Neil taking the season off last year to put some upgrades in this machine. Far side, Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Sturgeon, Alberta. Kurt Thompson in his 1968 Camaro, the Black Sheep Industries Camaro. Also sponsored by Milron, FPS, in addition to Black Sheep. Leaf springs still on the back of Kurt Thompson's car, the vinyl top on his Camaro. Thompson in, Richards bumps in. Richards right up into tire smoke. Thompson pedaling his way down the racetrack, and Kurt Thompson saves his run with a 535 with a 752 miles an hour, but Neil Richards immediately up into tire smoke with a 665 with a 2. The end result, Richards 14th. Thompson will go to the number 8 spot with that 535 with a 7. So both of those drivers definitely with the potential to go up the qualifying ladder. So we'll look for them to improve. All right, here we go for the next pair in Outlaw 275 qualifying. Tower side, that is Jordan Brandon out of Lethbridge in the 2000 Camaro. All right. Tension in the pits, Pro Modified, West Coast Pro Modified. We need you to the lanes. West Coast Pro Modified, we need you to the lanes. And Canada West Doorslammers, you guys are on standby. Canada West Doorslammers on standby. Pro Mod, we need you to the lanes. Jordan Brandon again out of Lethbridge in that 2000 Camaro. The turbocharged machine up against Justin Gallant. Justin doing the burnout in his car. And Justin, who went to the finals of Door Wars last year, unfortunately having to wait on some parts with his actual race car, bringing out his street car, trying to get some points in the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 division. And looks like Justin being told to drive her back to the pits with some problems on his machine. Jordan Brandon getting ready to bring the Camaro into the beams out of Lethbridge, and Jordan making his way to the semifinals in the season opening race for the West Coast Outlaws Series. Building up the boost, Brandon lights the bottom bulb. Little bit of a pedal. Manages to salvage his run with a 484 with a 1, 156.44 miles an hour, 484 of the 156.44 miles an hour for Jordan Brandon will put him in the number 8 position with that 484 of the 1. Adam Berard still holding down to the top spot with a 464 with a 3 in the White Trash Racing Chevy Camaro as we get ready for the next pair in Outlaw 275, Trevor Mulder and John Cuglietta. So John Cuglietta in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in his 2004 Mustang that he calls Balboa. And John out of Edmonton, Alberta, former competitor here at Door Wars in Outlaw 10.5 competition. Trevor Mulder, also from Alberta, the Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, Selkirk Auto Body, 1990 Ford Mustang that he calls the girlfriend. We'll let you figure out why he calls it that. So Mulder getting ready to bring his car into the staging lanes, or rather into the staging beams, and both of these guys heavy hitters that can lay down a solid pass. Again, Adam Berard time to beat 464 with a 359 miles an hour. And both of these drivers will look to slot their way safely into the qualifying order. Mulder is in. Cuglietta pre-staged. Bottom bulbs both lit. Mulder carrying the front wheels. Cuglietta kind of sashaying around the lane a little bit. 473 with a 2, 146 miles an hour for Trevor Mulder. Cuglietta goes 477 with an 8. 7th place for Cuglietta. And Trevor Mulder will go into the number 4 spot with that 473 with a 2.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
So, looks like Jay Severston potentially behind the wheel of the Radial Flyer for JS Power Sports, as well as Gen 3 Speed, the Chevy Nova that J.R. Lazick piloted to a Door Wars win back in 2018. As a crew member in the window, telling that he will get a single in the Nova, as I believe this is the final car in Outlaw 275 qualifying for round number 1. So getting ready. Bring it into the staging beams. Jay Severston, who we've seen in Outlaw 10.5 and Pro Modified competition, builds up the boost and waltzes right into tire shake. So Jay Severston shutting off early, the driver out of Mission in the Radial Flyer, 674, 79 miles an hour to get him into the qualifying ladder at the number 18 spot. All right, moving on in now to Limited Streets, the next category here for Door Wars. Rob Monroe in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Surrey in his 69 Acadian SD Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions and sponsors. Jason Graw, Tower Side, wheels up launches from both cars is top end of the racetrack through the 8th mile. 6:29 for Rob Monroe in the Acadian. Jason Graw in the 1989 Mustang will go a 6:60 with a 5, putting him in the 2nd spot. So Rob Monroe with the time to beat so far, 6:29 with a 0, as we are ready for the second pair, just completing their burnouts. Chris McGraw in the TCS lane in the 1990 Ford Mustang LS Turbo underneath the hood. Rob Fisher in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for Maple Ridge, his 2003 Cobra. West Coast Detail and Brown Brothers Ford, the sponsors for Robert Fisher. Mulder spinning the tire, rather McGraw spinning the tires off the line at the top end of the racetrack. 6:08 with an 8, 125 miles an hour. Robert Fisher, a 6:40 with an 8. That'll put him in the third spot. Chris McGraw, 6:08 with an 8, currently your number one qualifier in his 1994 Mustang as we get ready for the next pair. Tower side of the racetrack, TCS lane, Justin Gibson from Surrey. Facing off against John out of Surrey. The Juanda Motorsports 1989 Ford Mustang. .030 light for Gibson, 551 with a 2, 125 miles an hour for Justin. And John in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 658 with a 3. So Gibson now to the top with a 651 with a 2. Chris McGraw knocked back to the second spot as the final competitor coming up here in Limited Street. This is Matt Black from Kelowna. It is 1994 Jeep Cherokee. And wait till you see this thing leave the line. Black building up the boost. Fortunately, looks like he's already triggered the tree, carrying the front wheels to the top end. A 650 with an 8 at 109 miles an hour, putting the Cherokee for Security Paving in the number 5 spot. So that is going to do it for Limited Street qualifying. Justin Gibson, a 551 with a 2, quickest so far with the best CT. Chris McGraw in second with a 608 with an 8. 629 with a 0, putting Rob Monroe in third. Robert Fisher in the number 4 spot with a 640 with an 8. And Matt Black in the Cherokee rounding out your top 5 in Limited Street qualifying. 650 with an 8. Last call for West Coast Pro Modifieds. Last call for Pro Mods to make their way to the staging lanes. And we will also have Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 3 and 4. And West Coast Pro Modifieds, this is your final call.
The West Coast Pro Modifieds would like to thank Artex Racing, supported by Total Dairy Solutions,
ChopMyRate.ca,
Daco Ventures, Mario High Performance Diesel,
24/7 Compression with Bel Air Power,
Waka Shaw Pierce Industries,
RCT Engineering,
Gen 3 Speed Trackside Tuning,
Canadian Performance Injection,
K2 Consulting,
Pro One Safety with TNT Motorsports,
Van Ross Services,
Super T Brand Builders,
and Signature Sandman in South Edmonton.
Join us next weekend, July 8th to 10th on HNLive.ca for full free coverage of the Rocky Mountain Nationals
at Rad Torque Raceway. Advertising opportunities still available. Go to westcoastpromodifieds.com for more details. West Coast Pro Modifieds. Just send it.
Attention in the pits, absolute last call. West Coast Pro Modifieds, we need you in the lanes now. West Coast Pro Mods, we need you in the lanes now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would request that you please rise for the United States of America national anthem and remain standing for the Canadian national anthem. And we'd also ask that you please remove your hats.
And here we go with West Coast Pro Modified qualifying Khalid Balooshi in the TCS lane and Justin Bond in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for Bot 1 Racing. Justin Bond, the Bahrain Racing 1969 Chevy Camaro in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, two-time NHRA Pro Mod National Event winner, got his first win at Houston, Texas in 2020 at the delayed Spring Nationals, then won the Southern Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia back in 2021. Khalid Balooshi in the TCS lane. Khalid, a former winner in Top Fuel with All Inabi Racing in the NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series. Back in recent years, behind the wheel of a Pro Mod, the National Pro Mod champion in the country of Bahrain. Supercharged roots blower for Khalid Balooshi, a Pro Charger, the power adder of choice for Justin Bond, as both drivers having their crew chiefs bring them into the staging beams, setting the wheelie bars, which help actually plant these Pro Mod cars, not so much to stop wheelies, but actually to act almost as another anchoring point for these cars once they launch hard off of the starting line. Balooshi is pre-staged. Bond bumping in from right here in Mission. Both drivers stage first round of Pro Mods is ready. Belushi out of it early. Justin Bond to the top end. 382 with a 197 miles an hour. And Justin Bond carries it through to the top end of the quarter mile. A 580 at 244 miles an hour for Justin Bond. Get a look at that on the Lucas Oil Products instant replay. Justin Bond, again, the 8th mile number is impressive. How about the quarter mile numbers of 580 at 244 miles an hour as Khalid Balooshi shuts off early after experiencing some tire shake just past the starting line in his machine. So up next will be Dave Kowalski in his C7 Corvette. The TCS side of the racetrack is just making sure the top end is clear. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, John DeYoung, the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. DeYoung, 959 cubic inches of big block power plant. Poking out of the hood of the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro, nitrous assisted, with that composite-bodied replica of a 67 Camaro. Dave Kowalski from Fort St. John, the Dachau Ventures. 2015 Chevy Corvette, the supercharged machine, rolling through the water box. Get ready for a burnout. Nice smoky burnouts a pair. DeYoung already out in Canada West Doorslammers competition. They are running their eliminations throughout this evening to make up for a rained-out date, but DeYoung climbing back behind the wheel of the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Dave Kowalski backing up in that C7 Corvette, and that was actually the first ever C7 Corvette Pro Mod body ever built. Dave Kowalski managing to get his hands on that. They actually had to build the chassis after they got the mold, which is the complete opposite of how these race cars are usually built, so that they knew where the mounting points were for the body. And Dave's Dachau Ventures. Dave currently spending part of his time in Hope, actually, but Fort St. John home for the driver of that beautifully turned out red Corvette, who missed out on most of last season. Did a lot of work to that car in the offseason. John DeYoung still purging the nitrous system as he is brought into the beams. The Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. John's son Adam also in action here this weekend in the Canada West Doorslammers division. John starting his drag racing career back in 2015 and escalating through the ranks very quickly, already up into the West Coast Pro Modifieds as Dave Kowalski inches closer to the staging beams, turning on the top bulb. DeYoung still purging the nitrous system of the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro as Kowalski waiting on DeYoung to bump in after he is finished purging. And DeYoung is in, lights the bottom bulb, Kowalski in. DeYoung sitting a little bit. Kowalski had to pedal at top end of the racetrack. 422, 176 miles an hour. A 426 at 183 miles an hour for John DeYoung. That is going to put the C7 Corvette of Kowalski up to the number 2 spot. Justin Bond will be the quickest in qualifying so far with that 380 pass from earlier on. As John DeYoung, a 426 with a 4, currently in the number 3 spot. Well, while the crews go down the return road to pick up Dave Kowalski and John DeYoung, we'll get ready for our next pair coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Far side of the racetrack in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Once they get the signal to fire, that will be Dean Bettinson in the 2017 Camaro. And it looks like Dave Kowalski's team has some T-shirts that they're throwing out, or some little souvenirs and trinkets as they go down the return road in the Dachau Ventures tow truck. And up will come the next round, next pair in round number 1 of qualifying here for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Again, Dean Bettinson, the 2017 Chevy Camaro in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Keith Korecki from Kelowna in the 67 Shelby in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
Well, one of those burnouts certainly louder than the other. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we're giving you another call to the staging lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you in the staging lanes, and we're also going to call Dale Jansen to the staging lanes as well. So Canada West Doorslammers, including Dale Jansen, we need you in the staging lanes, please.
All right, Keith Korecki backing up the 67 Shelby. And actually, if you see a 67 Shelby Pro Mod in competition, Keith actually had a hand in getting that body style together. He actually put together the first composite body for a Shelby Pro Modified way back in the 1990s. Keith in his updated version of that car with a 814 cubic inches of Ford power sticking out of the hood. Nitrous assisted, as it always has been for Keith Korecki throughout his career running Pro Modified on the West Coast. Dean Bettinson has been running with the PDRA down south in the southern United States to kick off his racing season. Has been running even as far down at Bradenton, Florida for their Snowbird Nationals. Bettinson, 2-time West Coast Pro Modified champion, coming back to the West Coast, the 24/7 compression Bel Air Power Gen 3 2017 Camaro. Korecki is already pre-staged, waiting on Bettinson to bump it into the Pro Charge Camaro. Korecki kind of rolled through the beams, got out of it early. 395, shutting off early for Dean Bettinson at 152 miles an hour. So Bettinson moves up to the number 2 spot with that 395 with an 8. Again, an early shut off for Bettinson at 152 miles an hour. Keith Korecki slots into the number 5 spot with a 503 with a 4, only 109 miles an hour from the Shelby. All right, here we go for the next pair. Tom Mahitten in the Chevy Beretta And the TCS lane out of Calgary, Alberta, 801 cubic inches. And the nitrous-assisted Elite Belt-sponsored Beretta. And over on the far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane, Nick Duda in the 63 Corvette, your defending Door Wars Pro Modified champion. Tom Mahedon in the Beretta, 801 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted power for Tom Mahedon. Nick Duda, only 393 cubic inches, but twin turbochargers on that split-window Corvette. Duda with 10.5 tires on the back of that machine, as Tom Mahedon backing up from his burnout. And again, as we mentioned, Nick Duda, your defending Door Wars Pro Modified champion, and also a former Door Wars champion in the Outlaw 10.5 category in the blue Corvette. Started running here in Outlaw 10.5 competition at Mission Raceway Park, back with his fox-bodied Mustang. And Tom Mahedon, a long-time runner in West Coast Pro Modified action, purging the nitrous system in that orange Beretta that has become so commonplace here in Pro Modified events at Mission Raceway Park. So Tom Mahedon getting ready to make another pass. Nick Duda in the Corvette, who we saw made a test hit earlier on today, his second run of the Door Wars weekend, first run in qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. 8th mile time to beat so far, that 382 with a 197 miles an hour by Justin Bong. We'll see what Nick Duda and Tom Mahedon can do. Mahedon off the line first. We'll see who gets to the finish line first. Strong run from both lanes. 4:11 with a 183 miles an hour for Nick Duda, the driver out of Langley for Mopac Auto Supply. That's going to put him into the number 3 slot. Number 5 spot for Tom Mahedon with a 4:25 with a 4 at 169 miles an hour. And what, if I'm not mistaken, is Tom's best run of the weekend in the Beretta, as both cars will safely make their way off the top end. We'll wait to roll on up with what I believe is the final car, from the looks of things, in West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. And this is Steve Nicholson out of Aldergrove, the Diversified Metals 63 split window Corvette. 959 cubic inches of Sonny's racing engine power poking out of the hood for Steve Nicholson. Former Streetcar Super Nationals winner in Outlaw 10.5, and Nicholson, one of the competitors this weekend now in the Pro Modified ranks that is competing on a 10.5 tire, as Nicholson will have a single as he rolls into the water box. Nicholson, who has been in the final round of Door Wars in the Outlaw 10.5 division. Tough go last year on his second qualifying run, had a major engine detonation, making his return for the first time since Door Wars last year in the Diversified Metalworks 63 Corvette Stingray, and looks like he's having some problems engaging reverse in that car after the burnout. So Steve Nicholson still trying to get that car into reverse to make a hit here in round number 1 of West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. RCD Engineering, Artex Racing, Total Dairy Solutions, 24/7 Compression, Dacow Ventures, K2 Consulting, Erlacher Motorsports, Supertree Brand Builders, and Van Ross Services, the sponsors for the 2022 season. As there you can see, Steve Nicholson still struggling to get that machine in reverse. The crew member leaning through the passenger side, what is usually the passenger side door, trying to get that car into reverse. They were trying to rock it, but doesn't look like Steve Nicholson. And just as I say that, Nicholson gets it into reverse finally. So Steve Nicholson will have the opportunity to try and make a hit here in round number 1 of qualifying. So again, Justin Bond, that 382 with a 3, one of only 2 competitors so far in the 3-second bracket. Dean Bettinson behind him, a 395 with an 8, but that 395 was an early shutoff for Bettinson in the 24/7 Compression 2017 Camaro. As Steve Nicholson purges nitrous system, and you can see the injectors sticking out of the hood on Steve Nicholson's machine on the Lordco Auto Parts live feed up on the big screen here at Mission Raceway Park. So Steve Nicholson, crew member, running ahead to make sure that Nicholson is good to go. Again, running a lot of nitrous to help get that 63 Stingray down the racetrack as quickly as possible. A little bit smaller tire than some of the other competitors with that 10.5 tire, usually competing in the Outlaw 10.5 division. One last purge of the system before Steve Nicholson gets ready to make a trip down the Titanium Autogroup strip. Nicholson, solid launch, top end 417, 176.67 miles an hour. So 417 with an 8 for Steve Nicholson. We'll put him into the number 4 spot. So 417 with an 8, 176 miles an hour. Dean Bettinson, quickest of the cars that didn't run the quarter-mile exhibition pass, with a 395 with an 8 at 152 miles an hour. Nick Duda currently behind Bettinson with a 411 with a 5, 183 miles an hour. Steve Nicholson third with that run with a 417 with an 8, 176.67 miles an hour. Dave Kowalski with a 422 with a 9, 176. And Tom Mahedon in the Beretta, a 425 with a 4. That's going to do it for West Coast Pro Modified qualifying.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
So we get set to roll into Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. This race sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. While we have some quiet time, I think this would be a good time to mention that we have a BCAA membership card that was lost and has been turned in to the timing tower. So, Chris Sackett, if you have lost your BCAA membership card, I would highly recommend you pay us a little visit up here in the timing tower. That is Chris Sackett. We have your BCAA card. I would strongly recommend you come and collect that as soon as possible. I hear cars fired up behind the timing tower, and we're going to roll into round 3 of eliminations in Canada West Doorslammers. Kerry Young first up. With the bye for the Young's Mechanical Chevrolet S10, which means that car will get a free pass into the semifinals. .429 at 159 miles an hour for Young. That'll bring up Peter Lakanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette, going up against Poe Freeborn's Comex Valley Bobcat 67 Shelby Mustang. .857 to a 747. Lakanis will have just over a second head start. Both drivers staged. Both drivers away on green lights. Advantage to Lakanis by almost a quarter second, and it's going to be more than enough. 8.585 at 154 miles an hour. Freeborn at a 7.473 at 182. Was chasing him down, but that fight was lost on the tree. Whole shot win for Lakanis. Bring it up for Rod Leclerc out of Victoria and the Paradise Homes Camaro, dialed in at 672. Will go up against Derek Shirk, dialed in at 711 in the Titanium 1955 Bel Air, also sporting Bubba Speed Shop and JS Performance on the car. Leclerc purging the nitrous while Derek Shirk waits patiently, Lordco side. And both drivers start to bump forward to the pre-stage beams. Pre-staged. Fully staged. Two green lights. And a near perfect line for Derek Shirk gets him the win at the top end. Second whole shot win in the row. It was 002 on the tree for Shirk. It was 074 for Leclerc. Margin victory at the top end, 0.08 of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, you are on standby. Outlaw 275, you are going to be on standby. Henry Zacharias and Dale Jansen going to be together. 761 to a 784. The Zacharias Inventory Limited event going to be taking it to the 1966 Acadian Kenso out of Armstrong. Both drivers pre-staged. Jansen stages first. Oh, 28 red for Dale Jansen. Henry Zacharias gets the win light. That'll wrap it up then for Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Total Dairy Solutions. The next up will be the Top Fuel Harleys, and they'll be up in just a few moments.
Well, you can hear them firing up just shy of the water box underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. The first Top Fuel Harley of the evening. And in the TCS lane, it is Nate Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach, getting ready to roll into the water box with his nitro-powered V-twin. Of course, these bikes, you have to actually start them with the rider off in case the engine detonates once they turn it over. Nate Gagnon over on the island in Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing. The first Top Fuel Harley of the weekend is pre-staged and staged. Right up into tire smoke for Nate Gagnon in the Top Fuel Harley. 164 light, 149, 360 foot time, but pretty much everything else after that is a throwaway for the first run of the weekend for Nate Gagnon, coasting through to the top end of the racetrack with a 14.51 at 85 miles an hour. So as Nate Gagnon makes his way off the top end, we'll get ready for the next pair, Jim Schulenberg in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Pete Waugh, Tower Side, the second Big Kids Racing Top Fuel Harley entry. There you can see the starting motor connected up to the bikes, getting ready to turn them over up on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen as the crew member leaning in, just waiting for the signal to light them up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Top Fuel Harley's big part of Mission Raceway Park, as well as racing here in the West Coast. They've had a big presence over the years as we get ready for Jim Schulenberg. So it looks like Schulenberg will be making a single over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Pete Waugh from Nanaimo will be up next after Schulenberg. Crew wiping down the front tire after it goes through the water box before Schulenberg will get ready to set off on his burnout. These bikes actually having a small parachute on the back of them to help slow these things down from, if everything goes well, an over 220-mile-an-hour pass. And for most of it, the front wheel will be completely up in the air. Jim Schulenberg, lined up and ready to go. The truck driver out of Surrey, BC. Carrying the front wheel. Solid pass for Schulenberg. Top end of the racetrack. 665, 211 miles an hour for Jim Schulenberg. And a solid pass to start things off for the LMS Reinforcing Steel Alder Auto Cool Cat Heads Unlimited CAD Inc. AMSOIL sponsored machine for Jim Schulenberg. And Donald Seekings, we need you, that has already been announced. So we need Outlaw 275 to the lanes, Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4, and Limited Street. This is your standby call. Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4, and Limited Street. You are on standby. One more Top Fuel Harley still to run. Pete Waugh out of Nanaimo in the TCS lane. So 211 miles an hour, for those of you not familiar with kilometers an hour, over 330 kph for Jim Schellenberg on that last run in the Top Fuel Harley. Again, one last bike to go up, and that is Pete Waugh getting ready to go. And it looks like we have 604 Street Legit lined up and ready to go immediately after Pete Waugh finishes his run in his Top Fuel Harley. As we continue on here with day number 1 of Door Wars, of course, testing all day yesterday for these teams. So Pete Waugh's crew member leaning in on the Big Kids Racing machine and the bike turning over without any issues. Pete Waugh will get ready to climb on board these riders. In addition to the leathers, in case they come off the bike, also wearing a ballistic vest underneath of the leathers in case any shrapnel comes up and does hit them. Pete Waugh rolling into the water box, your final Top Fuel Harley for round number 1 of qualifying. Short burnout to clean off and warm up that big Mickey Thompson rear slick. Quick wipe of the front tire as the crew member releasing that parachute strap so that Pete Waugh can dump the laundry at the top end of the racetrack, hopefully after a successful run down the Titanium Autogroup strip. Your final Top Fuel Harley is staged and ready. Pete Waugh carrying the front wheels well past the 330-foot mark. Top end 666 with a 6 at 199 miles an hour for Pete Waugh. The second quickest run. Jim Schulenberg, quickest in Top Fuel Harley qualifying. 665 with a 0, 211 miles an hour for round number 1. Pete Waugh slotting into the number 2 spot with that 666 with a 6. And Nate Gagnon in the number 3 spot with that aborted run, the 14.510. So that will do it for Top Fuel Harleys. We'll have a quick commercial break on the live stream and then roll on into Street Legit qualifying round number 1.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
All right, so getting ready to make a hit down the racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park. Pro Modified Bike lined up and ready to go. Just trying to get the machine to do a burnout. Looks like they're having a little bit of problem, and they will signal for that bike to back out of the water box. So tough break for the rider of the Pro Modified Bike as it will get pushed back, and we will get ready for the next thing on the agenda, which I believe is 604 Street Legit.
First round qualifying for 604 Street Legit. And we kick it off with Rio Picariello out of Maple Ridge in the Chevy going up against Monroe's 1931 Model A out of Langley. Two green bulbs. Monroe with more speed in the Model A will get there first. 9:031, 147 miles an hour. Picariello clocks in at 10.19 with a 3 at 130.66 miles an hour. That brings up a pair of motorcycles. Tom Tarand and Chris Weens, the Kraken, once again going up against the Monster. So take your pick. Which mythical beast would you like to see win a heads-up motorcycle grudge match? The two motorbikes screaming up towards the quarter mile. 157 miles an hour for Tom Tarand, winning the grudge match with an 8.645. Chris Weens clocked in an 8.91 at 153 miles an hour. That brings up Don Murray and Brad Thomas. Barracuda versus Mustang. And one from 1970, one from the modern age in 2019. Brad Thomas caught napping on the start line, half a second on the reaction time. Don Murray, 0.53. 5,000 of a second between them. 57 ten-thousandths total. Grant Gordon in the Four Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart, taking it to Richard Love's SS Motorsports S10. Richard Love, a very frequent racer in the electronics category. Love is way out in front, will get there first. He will take a 10.996, 124 miles an hour for Grant Gordon. It's a 12.516 at 106.81 miles an hour. And that brings up Raj Kaul in the Black Widow Honda Civic. The Civic off and away, slowly but surely climbing up through the gears. 12.570, 123 miles an hour. Now, Cole, from the gaps I heard in the throttle there, I'm going to take a wild swing and say he was using an H-shifter, clutch and all.
Yeah, not sure they're on that Honda Civic, but again, 604 is street legit, all street legal cars that usually populate the Mopac Auto Supply Friday night street legal class here at Mission Raceway Park. As looks like we'll have a little bit of track prep before we roll on into Q2 for Outlaw 275 here, presented by MDA Fabrication. We'll see if anybody can top Adam Berard's run from qualifying round number 1 here in just a few moments. Well, still a little bit of downtime here, so make sure to check out again the Half Track Snack Shack as well as the Pro Shop for your official Door Wars 10 merchandise. You can also check out the Badass Garage tent set up with all sorts of souvenirs. Buy yourself a balloon, get yourself a free car, support the Junior Dragster program out here at Mission Raceway Park as well. All that and more in the pits, and of course, you can head on through the pits whenever we do have a little bit of downtime. Of course, Outlaw 275 is about to come up, though. So you may want to stay right where you are at the moment. So Outlaw 275 qualifying again coming up just after a short amount of track prep. All right, attention the pits. We need limited street to lanes 5 and 6. Limited street to lanes 5 and 6. 604 street legit. This is your standby call. Again, limited street to lanes 5 and 6. 604 street legit. This is your standby call. All right, here we go for Outlaw 275, round number 2 of qualifying. As Kurt Thompson in his 1968 Chevy Camaro rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, Kurt will be in the TCS lane in his single turbocharged machine. Bob Cook in the 1993 Ford F-150 Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Bob trying to better his 595 with a 1 from round number 1 of qualifying. Kurt Thompson in the Camaro, currently qualified in the number 11 spot with a 535 with a 752 miles an hour. Kurt having to pedal it just past the 60-foot cone last time, and Thompson can run this orange Camaro deep into the 4-second zone. So Thompson looking to improve that vinyl top machine up against Bob Cook in the F-150. Thompson, again, as we mentioned earlier, running leaf springs in the back. These cars, cars and trucks in this case, either use a custom 4-link setup in the rear or a ladder bar style suspension, but Thompson going with the good old-fashioned leaf springs in the back of that Camaro. Thompson from Sturgeon, Alberta. Cook from Lloydminster, Alberta. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both drivers now staged. Thompson rolls it in a little bit too deep. That's going to affect his ET just a little bit, but he is going to move up 469, 161.17 miles an hour, 607 for Bob Cook. Thompson goes up to the number 3 spot with that run with a 469 with a 0. So Thompson into the number 3 slot. Bob Cook stays where he is at in the number 14 spot. 595 his best run from round number 1 of qualifying. Tej Sanga, tower side, TCS lane in his 1988 Mustang. Far side, Lordco Auto Parts lane, Larry Yampolsky, his 1981 Malibu. Yampolsky's best lap, 5.708 from round number 1, currently putting him in the number 12 spot. Tej Sanga coming in at the number 16 spot with a 636 with a 4, his best run. Sanga a little bit soft leaving the starting line. 551, 131.73 miles an hour for Larry Yampolsky, and that will keep him in the number 12 spot, but will improve on his elapsed time with a 5.515. Tej Sanga keeping his 630 with a 1 from his earlier run this evening to keep him in the number 15 spot. TCS lane, Mandy Brooks from Chilliwack, the MWH Trucking 69 Nova, up against Chris Gould out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, his 2001 Mustang for CT Automotive, diesel and engine. Gould in the number 9 spot, 42 with a 6, and Mandy Brooks currently holding down the number 13 slot with a 576 with a 9 in the Nova. Gould having to pedal it a few times, shuts it down early. 573 with a 5 for Mandy Brooks, improving on her 576 with a 9 from round number 1, but again staying in the number 13 spot with that 573 with a 5. Chris Gould will fall back on his 482 with a 6 from round number 1. Up next, TCS lane, Chris Brenton from Vancouver, Washington, his 1963 Nova. Lordco Auto Parts Lane out of Yarrow, BC, Dan Rodrigue. The Kent Specialty Automotive, West Star Trailer, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, Gibson Racing Transmissions, 1981 Chevy Malibu. Rodrigue coming in at the number 2 spot with a 465 with a 1 as the red lights coming on momentarily. Looks like the starting line crew detecting some fluid on the racetrack, just getting the brooms out for the moment to sweep that, make sure the racing surface is A-OK to go. As you can see, the red bulbs flashing at the bottom of the Christmas tree. So Dan Rodrigue and Chris Brenton lined up and ready to go. Brenton in the Nova that he has called trashy, losing the passenger side window on his last run, a 483 with a 3, his best lap so far, 160 miles an hour, and a 465 with a 1 for Dan Rodrigue, currently putting him in the number 2 spot.
Car trashy, and then you end up losing your window in the middle of your run. What does that entail?
Oh, maybe it lives up to the name. But no, Chris Brenton, very cool looking 63 Nova in the TCS lane. And I'd like to thank Chris for coming across the border, one of the few competitors we have from Washington State this year. Obviously some border restrictions still in place. So big thanks to Chris for making the trip up. As a little bit of cleanup work to do in the TCS lane as the red lights again flashing. And just as soon as that is complete, we'll get Dan Rodrigue and Chris Brenton up to make their second qualifying hit of the evening. All right, looks like cleanup is complete in the TCS lane. We will get ready for Dan Rodrigue and Chris Brenton to come on up for their second qualifying pass of the evening here as track conditions cooling down as the sun starts to set here on Canada Day for DOORWARZ weekend at Mission Raceway Park. So Chris Brenton, attempt number 2 at a burnout, as well as Dan Rodrigue in the Chevy Malibu, as both drivers will back up. Once again, we'll have limited street to the lanes and street legit 604. We need you guys on standby. Again, limited street, you need to be in the staging lanes. 604 street legit, you are on standby. So Dan Rodrigue in the Malibu. In the nitrous-assisted machine, 598 cubic inches. A big block Chevy up against the turbocharged LS of Chris Breton in the 63 Nova. Both cars make that Rodrigue stage, waiting on Brenton to bump in. Brenton, big power wheel stand as he had to pedal it and wait for the front end to set down. 501 with a 146 miles an hour. He'll keep the 483 with a 3 as his best run. Dan Rodrigue in the Malibu, shutting it off early, coasting his way to a 704. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Pro Mod, this is your 30-minute standby call. All right, so next pair lined up and ready to go. Rick McLeod in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the 1970 Dodge Dart. The only Dart in the field. Up against Jay Severston, the Radial Flyer 1970 Nova. That is usually piloted by J.R. Lazick. But Severston climbing behind the wheel, building up the boost, bumps her into the beams. McLeod carrying the front wheels. This looks like a good run. A 470 with a 9, 150 miles an hour. That's going to improve on his earlier 474. And we'll see if it moves him up a spot. Severston having to get out of it early, and that will move McLeod from the number 6 slot up into the number 4 position. A 470 with a 9 for McLeod. Again, Jay Severston having to clicker off early in the Radial Flyer for the second time here this evening in that Nova. Battle of the Fox Bodies coming up. Trevor Mulder in the TCS lane. Motion Performance, Horsepower Solutions, Selkirk Auto Body. The sponsors for the 1990 Ford Mustang. Justin Collin, the earlier version of the Fox Body. 1983 Mustang for On Point Performance. The driver from Calgary in his high school car that has seen some upgrades over the years. Both drivers, nitrous-assisted power plants under the hood of their respective Mustangs, as Trevor Mulder, the first driver to get brought into the beams. Justin Collin following right behind, as, again, working with a new power plant under the hood of his machine for this weekend. Collin making his 3rd appearance at Door Wars, and is staged, ready to go. Here comes Mulder. Oh, big nitrous backfire from Justin Collin. You can see the flames shooting out. Trevor Mulder also having an early shutoff in the TCS lane. 1070 at 60 miles an hour, not the run that Trevor Mulder was hoping for. We'll get a look at that on, hopefully, the Lucas Oil Instant Replay coming up there on the big screen for Mission Raceway Park, as Trevor Mulder, again, coasting to that 10-second ET. He will keep the 473 with a 2 at 146 miles an hour from the earlier session is his best run. A 474 with a 7 for Justin Collin from the first round of qualifying. Will also keep him in the number 4, or rather the number 7 spot, 154 miles an hour on that earlier run, as Hopefully those two drivers can kind of limper down to the top end there, get clear off the racetrack. Looks like we got one of the starting crew down there just making sure that everything is A-OK before we go on with the next pair. All right, so next pair is lined up and ready to go. Again, just waiting on the starting line team to make their way back after doing a quick check over of the racetrack. Jason Gagnon out of Kelowna in the 1970 Nova TCS lane, getting ready to tackle the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, the Titanium Autogroup strip for DOORWARZ 10, presented by the Titanium Autogroup. Gagnon a 472 with a 3 in round number 1 of qualifying. Tyler Stamler out of Rocky View, Alberta, the 2000 S10, a 631 with an 8, 126 miles an hour in round number 1 of qualifying, currently sitting in the number 16 spot. So Jason Gagnon burning out in the Nova. Tyler Stamler also completing his burnout. Attention in the pits, 604 Street Legit. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. 604 Street Legit to lanes 1 and 2. Both crew members out in front backing those machines into their tire tracks that they just laid down from the burnouts here with these Outlaw 275 cars. Of course, tuning crucial, as well as keeping these cars in the groove, which is that very dark portion of the racetrack, which has most of the rubber laid down, as well as the traction compound. And as the weekend goes on, more and more rubber getting laid down in the center of the racetrack. As Jason Gagnon getting ready to bring his turbocharged Nova into the beams. Tyler Stamler, another turbocharged machine to the S10. Gagnon is pre-stage, waiting on Stamler, still new to the world of Outlaw 275 racing in that S10, sneaking up on the setup with each hit to bring his machine into the beams. Pre-stage, waiting to trip that bottom bulb, and we are go. Tyler Stamler still building up the boost as Jason Gagnon finishing off his run. 462 with a 4, so a 1/10 of a second improvement for Jason Gagnon. And that is actually going to put him to the top of Outlaw 275 qualifying. So a 462 with a 4, 166 miles an hour. So Jason Gagnon will move to the top. Tyler Stamler improving on his second pass, a 523 with a 0 at 137.42 miles an hour into the number 12 slot. All right, up next, Jordan Brandon from Lethbridge, Alberta, in his 2000 Camaro for Team North, is lined up and ready to make a hit, and coming in at the number 11 spot with a 484 with a 156 miles an hour in round number 1. So Jordan Brandon going rounds in competition again for the makeup rainout date that we had earlier today for the Outlaw 275 gang for the West Coast Outlaw Series for the Outlaw 275 division. So Jordan Brandon, again, looking to improve on that 484 with a 1, where he had to pedal it not once, but twice over the course of the run in that Camaro. Try and salvage that run here as, again, the track cooling off. The Outlaw 275 guys with one more hit. Nearing the end of the program here, as the sun will hopefully be completely set, as Jordan Brandon builds up the boost and is ready to go. Whoa, big time tire smoke, getting her sideways a little bit, but shuts her off before any major dramas. So Jordan Brandon will coast his way to a 727 with a 7 and will fall back on that 484 with a 1 to keep him in the number 11 spot. All right, here it comes. Two heavy hitters in the Outlaw 275 division. J.R. Lazick, TCS lane, the 63 Nova, up against Neil Richards, the 1979 Mercury Zephyr. Lazick in the 63 Nova, again in the TCS lane out of Rutland, BC, former DOORWARZ champ, and winning the first Outlaw 275 race of the 2022 season here at Mission Raceway Park just a few hours ago. Neil Richards winning the COVID edition of DOORWARZ in 2020. He has another DOORWARZ win to his credit when we actually had spectators here as well in that Zephyr. As J.R. Lazick purging the nitrous on that machine. Twin turbos is set up on Neil Richards' machine out of Edmonton, Alberta. A 665 with a 2 for Neil Richards. And that is very off pace for that machine, as Richards already lighting up that top bulb and waiting for Lazick. Finished purging off the nitrous as he'll be led into the beams in that Nova. Of course, we're used to seeing JR in the radial flyer, but Jay Severston behind the wheel of that particular vehicle this weekend, and JR debuting this Nova for the 2022 season. Lazick stage, Richard is in. Lazick blows the tires off. Neil Richards, 468 with a 4, 170 miles an hour for the Cream Dream, the 1979 Mercury Zephyr. So again, a 468 with a 4 moves Richards from the bottom all the way up to the number 4 spot in the Mercury Zephyr. And it could have been even better if he didn't turn off that top bulb when you deep stage. It kind of robs you a little bit of elapsed time, helps you in the reaction time, but not in the elapsed time department, and that is what counts in qualifying. J.R. Lazick he ran a 995 with a 0 to get him on the board, but all the way down to the number 19 spot, looking to the third qualifying session coming up a little bit later on tonight to find his way up to the top half of the ladder. John Cuglietta, TCS lane, the Balboa 2004 Mustang out of Edmonton, Alberta. And Adam Berard in the 1984 Chevy Camaro from Red Deer, making it all the way to the finals of the first race for the NBA Fabrication Outlaw 275 division. Here at Mission Raceway Park, of course, the new West Coast Outlaws series starting for the 2022 season with these Outlaw 275 cars. They'll have their eliminations starting tomorrow, and of course running on a Pro Tree heads-up category to the 8th mile. Adam Berard readjusting before he's brought back into the beams in the white trash racing Chevy Camaro, making sure that he is solidly lined up in those tire tracks from the burnout pre-stage for Berard. Cuglietta is in, waiting on him to go full stage. We are ready to go. Wheel spin right off the hit for Cuglietta. Tried to give it a pedal to no avail. 494 with a 155.57 miles an hour for Adam Berard. So Adam will keep that 464 with a 159.37 miles an hour. And Adam will keep the 463 as his best run from round number 1 of qualifying. So that'll still keep him in the number 2 spot. And again, we told you about Justin Gallant's situation, the man who made it to the final round of Door Wars last year, unfortunately waiting on some parts for his actual race car, taking his street Mustang to break the beams and get some points for the West Coast Outlaws series so that he can at least get the qualifying points. So Justin Gallant will break the beams to show that he made a qualifying attempt, and that, I believe, will do it for Outlaw 275 qualifying round number 2, as Justin Gallant will drive down the return road. So Justin Gallant making his way back into the staging lanes. So after round number 2 of qualifying, Jason Gagnon and his Nova at the top of the timing charts with a 462 with a 166 miles an hour. Adam Berard with his run from round number 1 still holding on to the number 2 spot with a 464 with a 3. 465 with a 1 for Dan Rodrigue. Again, that run from round number 1 in 3rd for Rodrigue. Neil Richards in the Mercury Zephyr, a 468 with a 4. Big speed, 170 miles an hour, putting him in the number 4 spot. And Kurt Thompson jumping up to the number 5 position in his Camaro with a 469 with a 0. So Limited Streets will be coming up next here as we continue to move through the program on Friday of Door Wars here on Canada Day at Mission Raceway Park. All right, so one last Outlaw 275 car, but not for qualifying the Outlaw 275 division. Kevin Ness will be running no time in his Outlaw 275 Mustang, so the scoreboards being unplugged, as well as the timing screens on the live stream being removed, as Kevin cannot show his time. He's actually going to go down to a big grudge race down in the States where you cannot see a time slip for the entire season leading into that event. Otherwise, you're disqualified from that event. So Kevin, anytime he makes a hit, has to have the scoreboards down, can't get a time slip, kind of has to gauge how his Mustang's performing just based off of feel, as looks like a little bit of track prep to do just before Kevin sets out for his no-time hit. So again, Kevin Ness out of Abbotsford in his 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang, the Rocket Coatings machine. Time will not be showing up here, but again, Kevin will be making a test hit in that Mustang, and then we will roll into Limited Street right after Kevin makes a hit. So Kevin Ness, who had that car fired, unfortunately looks like having some problems trying to get it refired, getting pushed back underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts bridge, and sounds like that Kevin has got that machine refired, so he will roll once again into the water box, and actually will be switching lanes over into the TCS side of the racetrack. Kevin running this car at Street Cars Super Nationals last year, the tail end of last year, before it had the nice white paint job on it. Back in this machine up 706 cubic inches, a big block Chevy underneath the hood of the Fox body. Of course, with a whole lot of nitrous helping it down the racetrack. Kevin, who's been out making a few test hits over the course of the weekend, has been putting up some strong runs. Of course, we can't say the elapsed time that he's been putting up, but some strong hits down the racetrack nonetheless in the Rocket Coatings Mustang. So Kevin Ness launches and waltzes up into tire smoke. So early shutoff for Kevin Ness. And we can't say the ET, but at least the wind light lights up in the TCS lane for Kevin on the TCS scoreboard, as we will roll right on in to Limited Street, their second round of qualifying. All right, scoreboards plugged back in. We are ready for Limited Street qualifying, round number 2. Vanessa Richards in the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang out of Kelowna for Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, Titanium Autogroup, as well as Kelowna GM and Lordco Auto Parts. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Jason Graw out of Abbotsford in his 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang, 2020 glass, Maskell's Collision, McGraw Metalworks, Central Valley Insurance, and a special thanks to Bobby Ehlers, the sponsors for Jason Graw out of Abbotsford. Jason, the only car out of this pairing with a number from round number 1, a 660 with a 5, currently putting him in the number 7 slot at 102 miles an hour. And Vanessa Richards earlier today winning the first Limited Street race of the 2022 season, looking to carry that momentum on throughout Door Wars. Richards up into tire smoke, and Jason Graw is going to get it down to the top end first with a 658 at only 102 miles an hour. So that 658 will improve on his earlier 660 with a 5. Vanessa Richards coasts her way down the track with a 1288 with a 7 at 45 miles an hour, putting her in the number 8 qualifying slot. So Matt Black in the TCS lane, completing his burnout in the sleeper of the event so far, is 1994 Jeep Cherokee up against Chris McGraw in his 1990 Mustang with the LS Turbo Power Plant. As Matt Black, he's almost got it on the rear bumper in this Cherokee. We'll see if he can manage it here as the track conditions continue to cool and look ever more favorable. McGraw in, waiting on Black to bump in the Cherokee. And there it goes, the front wheels, little dab of the brakes to bring her back down to terra firma. McGraw 557 with an 8, 126 miles an hour. A 657 with a 0 at 106 miles an hour for Matt Black. Moves him up to the number 5 spot for the driver out of Kelowna. Chris McGraw will go into the number 2 spot with a 557 with an 8 at 126 miles an hour. So Rob Monroe in the TCS lane, ST Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions. The sponsors for Rob's 1969 Acadian. As Monroe will move on up, number 3 qualifier currently with a 629 with a 0, making it to the semifinals of the first Outlaw 2, or rather limited street race of the season. Looks like Pat Hearn was supposed to face him, but he is having problems. His Fox Body Mustang will get pushed out of the water box, so Rob Monroe will have a single. Monroe, nice wheels up launch from the Acadian, and he will get to the top end with a 627 at 107 miles an hour, and that will improve on his time from earlier, a 629, but we'll keep him in the number 3 spot. So Rob Monroe with that 627 with a 0 again in the number 3 qualifying position as we get ready for Justin Gibson out of Surrey in his Fox-bodied Mustang, the 1988 Ford Mustang. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane up against Robert Fisher from Maple Ridge, his 2003 Cobra. West Coast Detail and Brown Brothers Ford, the sponsors. Robert coming in with a 640 with an 8, his best run, waiting to build up the boost. Justin Gibson already gone. 556 with a 6 for Gibson, 123 miles an hour. A 606, an improvement for Fisher at 125 miles an hour. So Justin Gibson with the 551 with a 2, 125 miles an hour. Already your number 1 qualifier will improve. Robert Fisher going up to the number 3 spot with a 606 with a 0 at 125 miles an hour. Up next, the man who only lists himself as John. From Surrey, BC, the Joanna Motorsports sponsored 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang, who I believe is our final car in limited street qualifying round number 2. John currently coming in at the number 7 slot with 658. Strong launch for the Fox body. Through the trap, 656 with a 3, 106 miles an hour, so that will improve on his 658, but we'll keep him in the number 6 slot with that 656 with a 3. So Justin Gibson still quickest with a 551 with a 2, 125 miles an hour. Chris McGraw, 557 with an 8 in the number 2 spot. 606 with a 0, putting Robert Fisher in 3rd. Rob Monroe, Matt Black rounding out your top 5. And Nolan, it's time for 604 Street Legit.
It very much is, and your first pairing up will be Grant Gordon and Don Murray. Grant Gordon bringing it up in the 4Cycle Customs Dodge Dart, going to be taking it to Don Murray's Plymouth Barracuda. Murray goes 001 on the tree for round 2 of qualifying, but has an excellent quarter-mile ET, 9.226 at 146 miles an hour. Gordon clocks a 12.447 at 107.6 miles an hour. That brings up the pairing of Richard Love out of Osoyoos and his SS Motorsports S10 against Rio Picariello's Maple Ridge 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Richard Love, a regular competitor in the NHRA Summit ET Series. In the Super Pro category, Picariello leaves too soon. He will not get a time scored. Left before that tree was ready. Richard Love puts down a 10.914 at 124.9 miles an hour. That brings up Rob Monroe's 1931 Model A Tower Side going up against Brad Thomas's 2019 very green Ford Mustang out of Squamish. Monroe's got that car pre-staged, waiting on Thomas to bump it into the beams. Pre-staged, now fully staged. Monroe is off and away. Thomas chasing him down, and 600th of a second margin of victory for Rob Monroe, top end 9.014.
All right, Canada West Doorslammers, we need you now to lanes 3 and 4. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 3 and 4.
And while we're at it, we're also going to put Top Fuel Harleys on a 20-minute standby call. So Doorslammers, you've been called to 3 and 4, and once again, that will leave Top Fuel Harleys on a 20-minute standby call. Tom Turan in the Kraken, ripping out to the top end, 8.590, 156 miles an hour. Chris Weens' Monster, 9.191 at 152 miles an hour. Bring up Raj calls 91 Honda Civic. Humbly calls that car the Black Widow. And Rash Call gonna throw his way up through the gears.
Well, Raj Call in the Black Widow out of Surrey, a 15.971 at 75 miles an hour. Looks like we'll have maybe a tiny bit of track prep. The starting line crew will take a quick once-over of the starting line and bring down the sun shield from the Christmas tree, and we will get ready for round number 2 of qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds coming up in just a few moments.
The West Coast Pro Modifieds would like to thank Artex Racing, supported by Total Dairy Solutions,
ChopMyRate.ca,
Daco Ventures, Mario High Performance Diesel,
24/7 Compression with Bel Air Power,
Waukesha Pierce Industries,
RCT Engineering,
Gen 3 Speed Trackside Tuning,
Canadian Performance Injection,
K2 Consulting,
Pro One Safety with TNT Motorsports,
Van Ross Services,
Super T Brand Builders,
and Signature Sandman in South Edmonton.
Join us next weekend, July 8th to 10th on HNLive.ca for full free coverage of the Rocky Mountain Nationals
At Rad Torque Raceway. Advertising opportunities still available. Go to westcoastpromodifieds.com for more details. West Coast Pro Modifieds. Just send it.
All right, you can hear the Pro Mods firing up underneath Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Justin Bond, Tower Side, up against Khalid, Balooshi for Bahrain 1 Racing. Bahrain 1 Racing, there are 2 pro mods here. They'll be, I believe, running the full quarter like they did in qualifying round number 1, but of course their 8th mile time counting towards their qualification efforts with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Just running the full quarter for exhibition purposes. And if that wasn't big enough, I heard that Stevie Fast Jackson is on his way to Mission Raceway Park. His race was rained out, so he is flying here currently and will be on the property to watch the Bahrain 1 cars in battle. Of course, Stevie Fast Jackson, radial drag racing legend, as well as a pro mod national event winner in the NHRA, much like Khalid Balooshi and Justin Bond. Bond, 2 NHRA national event wins in his career. Khalid Balooshi, pro mod national event winner, also a national event winner, an NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series Top Fuel action, a former driver for Alanabi Racing. Justin Bond, the driver for Mission, is pre-stage. Balooshi is in. Here we go. First pair, round 2, West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. Solid runs from both lanes. Balooshi dumps the chutes at the top end. It's going to light up with a 6:32. The 8th mile number, though, how about a 3:75 with a 6 at almost 200 miles an hour. 199 miles an hour, the speed to the 8th for Khalid Balooshi. Justin Bond having to getting out of it just a little bit early, so Bond will keep the 382 with a 3 is his best run at 197.54 miles an hour for round number 1. Khalid Balooshi, though, strong run into the 370s in his Camaro and the 8th mile. Nolan, strong run from Mr. Balooshi, and I believe once we get that all figured out with the quarter mile stuff, that's going to put him at the top.
And bigger news on those passes, those both just set both of those passes that you just saw were new track records for pro mods. So put your hands together for Bahrain 1 Racing, because you are going to be hard pressed to find a run of this track this weekend that will be faster than that.
Well, backing up from the burnout is somebody that might want to try and break that track record. Dean Bettinson, Tower Side, TCS lane in the 2017 Chevy Camaro. Dean out of Red Deer, Alberta, the 24/7 compression Camaro. And Dean running with the PDRA 8th Mile Series down south, even competed in a race down at Bradenton, Florida in the off-season, getting his travel miles in. Ran his last race, I believe, at Gallant Motorsports Park. Tom Mahedon over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the nitrous-assisted Chevy Beretta out of Calgary, a 4:25 with a 4 in round number 1 of qualifying for Mahedon. A 3:95 with an 8 at only 152 miles an hour for Bettinson, who had to abort his run early. And even though he did, he is the only other car, with the exception of Balooshi and Bond, into the 3-second zone, as his crew member out in front motioning to stage up. We will get ready for Bettinson and Mahedon for round number 2 of West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. The sun fully down, the lights coming on at Mission Raceway Park. Both drivers pre-stage, waiting on them to turn on that bottom ball. Bettinson and Mahedon in. Bettinson's got the front wheels up and hunting top end of the racetrack. How about a 376 with a 2 at 193 miles an hour? Look at the Lucas Oil instant replay. Bettinson with the front wheels in the air to the 330-foot mark before they touch terra firma. Nolan.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys, we need you in the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harleys, you're being called back to the staging lanes. Going to be bringing on up Nick Duda and Jacob Scoreless.
So Jacob Skorilis out of Surrey, BC, his 2017 Corvette. And Jacob used to run a Dodge Dakota. That's why he's still got Dakota Jake on the window of the C7 Corvette, the 2017 Corvette. Nick Duda backing up from his burnout in the 63 Corvette, twin turbocharged vet for Nick Duda, who won Door Wars last year. Only a single turbo on his vet back then. The two generations of Corvettes getting ready to make a pass. Skorilis also with the 10.5 tires on the back. So a little bit smaller tire than you see some of the bigger guys run here in Pro Modified. Of course, Outlaw 10.5 usually its own division, but for Door Wars weekend being blended in with the Pro Modifieds, the West Coast Pro Modifieds. So Duda pre-stage, waiting on the C7. He is staged. Duda getting ready to build up the boost. Duda, strong launch. He's going to get to the top end first. 411, 184 miles an hour. So a 411 with a 5, and I think he pretty much matches his run from earlier on, which was also a 411. So Nick Duda, this time bigger on the mile an hour side, 184 miles an hour. Jacob Skorilis in the Corvette, 414 with a 0, 182 miles an hour for the Corvette, the C7 vet in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So Khalid Balooshi currently leading qualifying with that new 8th mile Pro Mod track record. The speed on that, how about this to the 8th mile mark? 320 kilometers an hour is what 199 miles an hour converts to, and that is only utilizing half of the real estate here at Mission Raceway Park. All right, Steve Nicholson in the TCS lane, his 63 Corvette, also with the 10.5 tire, up against Keith Korecki out of Kelowna, BC, his 1967 Shelby Mustang, and fittingly, 814 cubic inches of Ford power plant under the hood of Keith Korecki's machine. Steve Nicholson also getting backed up in his 63 split window vet, a former Street Cars Super Nationals Outlaw 10.5 winner, beating fellow BC competitor Ken Sahota when he managed to get that crown. Attention the pits, Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6, Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. Both of these machines, big cubic inch nitrous combos. Steve Nicholson purging the nitrous system on his 63 Corvette. Again, we mentioned Keith Korecki with 814 cubic inches. Steve Nicholson says, hold my beer, I have 959 cubic inches of Sunny Racing Engines horsepower underneath the hood of his 63 split window vet. And Nicholson, again, who hasn't been in competition since last time out at Door Wars, I do believe, with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Both drivers staged. Korecki carrying the front tires. Nicholson also carrying the front wheels. 438 with a 767 miles an hour for Keith Korecki. 429, or rather, yes, a 429 for Steve Nicholson. As you take a look at the Lucas Oil Instant Replay, you can see the nitrous header flames out the side of both race cars. So Nicholson will keep his 417 with an 8 from round number 1 as his best run at 176 miles an hour. Keith Korecki currently in the number 10 slot with a 438 with a 7 as the final, I believe, two cars lined up and ready to go for West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. We should also mention that at the West Coast Pro Modified tent, they have a little entry box, and you can win a West Coast Pro Modified swag pack. as well as some limited items from Daycow Ventures in their souvenirs. So again, if you go to the West Coast Pro Modified tent in the pit area, go find the entry box. They will be doing a draw for the West Coast Pro Modified swag bag at the end of tonight's racing action. Dave Kowalski out of Fort St. John, the Daycow Ventures 2015 Corvette, getting backed up and ready to go as Dave Kowalski again making his return to Pro Modified action after a year off in that C7 Vet, doing a lot of work to this race car in the off-season, new supercharger setup, poking out of the hood of that machine. Dave also runs in Top Sportsman, has been down to the K&N Spring Fling at the Las Vegas Motors Speedway quite a few times. That is an 8th Mile Big Money Bracket event. So Dave Kowalski, even though usually only running quarter mile when it comes to Pro Mod, now having to switch back to the 8th Mile setup, no stranger to running this car in an 8th Mile, and has been into the 4.0 second elapsed time bracket this weekend. The beautifully turned out Daycow Ventures Chevy Corvette, as we mentioned earlier, the first ever C7 Corvette body for Pro Modified competition ever produced. And Dave getting his hands on it as he will bring it into the beams, getting ready to flicker on that pre-stage bulb. Bottom bulb is lit. Here we go. That car making a move towards the wall. Quick pedal 423 with a 0, 1/1000th of a second slower than his run in round number 1. 422 with a 9 for Kowalski, putting him in the number 7 slot. So I think we might have one last car here in qualifying. Steve Horn and the JS Power Sports Willys getting ready to fire down there in the water box.
And quick safety message to the folks here near the starting line for crews for the go-karts. If you do have go-karts or trucks down there, can you please just double check your headlights, make sure that they are all turned off? It is a matter of safety, as our safety crews do sometimes have a hard time seeing down the racetrack when they are blinded by your headlights.
Well, Steve Horn out of Burnaby in his 1941 Willys, sponsored by SLR Rentals as well as JS Power Sports. Steve has been running this car for a few years now, but you might not recognize it. It was purple before. They have gone back to the red paint scheme that this car originally had when they purchased it from West Coast Pro Modified legend Kurt Coons, who used to run this car back in the mid-2000s. 450 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Hemi. It looks like some t-shirts from the Kowalski gang being thrown up into the grandstands as they make their way down the return road. And you see each and every one of these teams heading down to pick up their drivers. Make sure to give them a wave and maybe a round of applause to show you how much, or show them rather, how much you appreciate them coming out here to Mission Raceway Park for Door Wars 10. So Steve Horn, the man who tunes a lot of the wrenches behind all the vehicles for the JS Power Sports team, finally getting his shot behind the wheel of a West Coast Pro Modified, making his first hit of the weekend. Steve Horn being guided in again. A little bit hard to see the Christmas tree with the massive Root supercharger sticking out of the hood again. 450 cubic inches of supercharged methanol burning Brad Anderson Hemi for the Willys. Revs come up and you can see the tires spin from the start, and that thing was pointed right at the center line, so Horn wisely shutting it off. 787 with a 5 at 80 miles an hour. And Nolan finishing up with West Coast Pro Modified action, but still, I think we have a Top Fuel Harley in the water box.
We very much do, and that's also not going to be, I believe, the last time we will see Pro Modifieds up. We will be seeing one more hit from them before the night is over. Want to quickly take the time to thank all the folks that helped to make this possible. Want to thank the racers for coming on down, making the trip as far out as Saskatchewan to race with us. And I think most importantly of all, we want to thank all of the spectators for being on out here and joining us for what has been a very beautiful Friday and an opening night of Door Wars action. And we hope to see all of you back tomorrow as well for the main event. It has been an absolute pleasure finally being able to serve such a big crowd, and we hope that we have put on one show that you're not going to be forgetting for a while.
Outlaw 275, we need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. As Khalid Balooshi quickest in West Coast Pro Modified qualifying, but Nolan, the attention now turns to the starting line with Nate Gagnon and his Top Fuel Harley.
Nate Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach racing his supersonic V60 machine. These Top Fuel Harleys capable of 200+ mile-an-hour passes, and unlike the Pro Mods this weekend, they make pulls out to the full quarter. So hold on to your hats. It's about to get loud. It's about to get fast. Solid launch out of the gate for Nate Gagnon. That is a full pull. 2.612, 226 miles an hour. Put your hands together for Nate Gagnon, fastest Top Fuel Harley pass we've had all night. And in fact, as I've just been informed, that is the fastest pass, period, all day long. Even the Pro Mods haven't hit speeds like that.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
All right, Canada West Doorslammers Nolan coming into the water box for round number 3, I believe, of eliminations as the ladder's up on the scoreboard now.
Semi-finals, it will be Kerry Young and Derek Shirk going up against Peter Lacanis and Henry Zacharias. Starting it off with Zacharias and Lacanis. One of these drivers will face off against either Kerry Young or Derek Shirk in the final later on tonight. Henry Zacharias has completed his burnout. Peter Lacanis just trying to wait for Zacharias to finish, backing up a little bit closer. He does not burn out nearly as far. But Zacharias has been sitting there for a long time, and that does not bode well for the Zachary's Inventory Limited crew. They're going to work on pushing the car back. The big question is, though, will they be pushing it out as well? You still hear that car running, so hopefully it's just a matter of not being able to find reverse. Peter Lacanis completing his own burnout. Well, bad luck for Zacharias. This has just been confirmed as a competition single. Zacharias will not be able to make his run. Peter Lacanis, free pass to the final. We did make the call for 275, but we are retracting that call, so attention to the pits. Outlaw 275, please stand down. Outlaw 275, stand down. We are no longer calling you to the staging lanes. Zacharias being backed out through the water box. That will leave Kelly Young and Derek Shirk to go at it head-to-head. You can see both of those drivers just hanging out in the staging lanes while they work on pushing Zacharias out of the way. Engines refire behind the timing tower. We get set to roll back into the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers semifinals. Lordco side, Derek Shirk. TCS side, Terry Young. Derek Shirk was trying to put his Titanium 1955 Bel Air into the final to face off against Peter Lacanis. Kerry Young out of Port Alberni going to be trying to do the same with the Young's Mechanical Chevy S10. Both drivers pre-staged. And both drivers with excellent lights. This is a race for the quarter mile. Breakout for Kerry Young. It's Derek Shirk versus Peter Lacanis in the final.
Yeah, so Derek Shirk, a 003 light from the 55 Chevy to go with that 711 with a 7 on his 710 dial. Kerry Young, an 842 dial in. Young breaking out big time with an 837 with a 1. So Derek Shirk moving on into the final round of Canada West Doorslammers to face off with Peter Lacanis in his 63 Vet. Shirk riding that 55 Bel Air, his brand new race car for the Titanium Autogroup, all the way into the final round here with this rain date makeup race. And you can see the ladder up on the big screen there. So the 63 Vet Peter Lacanis will face off against Derek Shirk. All right, so it looks like a little bit of track prep here before we roll on into Outlaw 275 and their third qualifying round. So again, just a little bit of track prep before we head on in to the final round of qualifying this evening, for Outlaw 275 here at the Titanium Autogroup strip. Also, we didn't get a chance to say it during the West Coast Pro Modified qualifying session. Big thank you to their sponsors, RCD Engineering, Artex Racing, and Total Dairy Solutions, 24/7 Compression, Dayco Ventures, K2 Consulting, Erlacher Motorsports, Supertree Brand Builder, and Van Ross Services helping out with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. But again, track prep before Outlaw 275 qualifying. All right, we are down here with our racing family, Justin and Hunter Gallant. And Hunter, how long have you been racing for?
A year this weekend.
And what is your best reaction time here in the junior dragster division?
004.
What do you like the best about racing out here at Mission Raceway Park?
Just racing.
And was it your dad that kind of got you into it?
Yes.
And Dad, with running an Outlaw 275, which you usually do, unfortunately waiting on parts, so you got the other Fox body, the grocery getter, kind of getting some points here. But what's it like being out here and running with your son and getting to experience weekends out here at the racetrack?
Oh, it's a whole nother aspect of racing for us. We overcame a lot of stuff with his car, getting used to it and all that, and he's won like 3 races now and been 3rd in points this year. So yeah, we were disappointed we didn't have my car out, but at the end of the day, we're having fun doing this. So.
And Hunter, what was it like getting your first win?
Fun.
Fun. That's it. That's the main thing. The name of the game.
Real energy.
I know you guys, even in the junior dragsters, it takes a lot of sponsors and help to get you guys out here every weekend. Hunter, who do you got helping you on this machine?
Okay, well, we got BDL Automotive, Bob at BDL. We've got Diversified Metalworks, Rob. And we got tuned by our buddy Duda. And Kevin Ness over at Rocket Coatings helps us out. And I'm probably missing somebody. Oh, Super Steve. Steve Nicholson at Super Steve's Tire. So we're very fortunate to have everybody, and the paint and body was all done by Dan Rodrigue, so we're very fortunate to have some good friends behind us, and yeah.
Perfect. Well, thanks, guys. Best of luck, Hunter, this weekend in Junior Dragsters, and hopefully we see you over in Victory Square at some point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
pits. Attention in the pits. Grant Howell, you are needed on the starting line. Grant Howell, can you please make your way on down to the starting line? Grant Howell to the starting line.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. We need you to the staging lanes for your third round of qualifying. Outlaw 275. We need you to the staging lanes for your third round of qualifying. Also, that call will go out to Limited Street as well. So Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, we need you guys to the staging lanes for your third qualifying runs. All right, getting ready for the final qualifying passes of the evening for Outlaw 275 here for Door Wars. Day number 1 of qualifying, at least. Of course, we had the full day of testing yesterday. Rolling into the water box, Chris Gould from Spruce Grove, Alberta, trying to better his 482 with a 6 from round number 1. Kurt Thompson currently in the number 5 slot. Thompson with a 469 with a 0 at 161 miles an hour. The best run from his orange Camaro with the black vinyl top. Chris Gould, CT Automotive, diesel engine, helping him out on the 2001 Ford Mustang is Kurt Thompson from Sturgeon, Alberta, sponsored by Milron FPS as well as Black Sheep. The sponsors listed on that Camaro, Thompson, who was part of the round number 2 of eliminations from the rained out race back early in